we have the usual stuff to do in the morning because it is Monday. And Monday always starts with update today, update to do. That's probably it. Yeah, I think that's it. Also, lights. Because I already have the camera and the action part down. But again, I just look like a clown. Okay. So update today. What was the, well actually I don't need to know what the last today was. I think we'll just say for now, AditCon today, Adam is currently updating his to-do list. Typical Monday morning task. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we'll figure out what the correct today command should be after going through the to-do list. So week of 620, get all scripting UIs done, get the game working again. So I didn't get to that point. Getting game queue system working, that wasn't done. Get this, yeah. So I guess these become the goals for this week. But the point of this week, there's really one goal for this week. Hey Digite. I would say hi to Pro Sam, but apparently his speakers aren't working. Okay, so week of 627 is, hey Better Master, get all UI foundation finished. So what this means, what's remaining is the in-game UI mostly. So there's updating blueprints / scripts during a game, queuing bots, and viewing bots, I guess. I don't know. There's also the leaderboard and buffs. These can just be what they used to be for now. In fact, did I display them in HTML? I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wowcher, I actually almost thought about giving them to you while I was offline, while the bot was offline. Hey, Dennis. I'll be out of hours in the next 30 or so minutes. Oh, okay. So buffs. Then there was also salvage UI. Just put in a text box or something. And I think that's mostly it. So, and I'll just write non-goal cosmetics stuff. Yeah, waiting for heart. Okay, fine. I thought of it. I almost did it. Because yeah, okay. So June is UI month. That's it. We're coming up on the end of June. July is art and vacation month. August is OMG beta month. So it's like finishing up hardware changes. Just getting ready for anything needed to get beta out there. Oh, nice Digite. Cool. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, so those are the goals. And then stretch goal number 1 will be this. There. Okay? There we have it. So we're going to duplicate this up to here. And we're going to start doing this. Let's edit some to-do lists. Woo. Man, this part always sucks. But whatever. And actually, I should just make use of folding more liberally here, and it would make this way easier. Figure out why load times are so long on iPad. Yeah, I think that's... I'll just put this into the bugs section. Alright. What else do we have here? Close that, close that, close that. So bug when closing out... Oh, yeah. That's right. Hey, Brilliantal. Oh, no. This doesn't work that well. Alright, fine. We'll do it that way. Allow you to edit scripts from within the game. This is more or less done. There's still another task in here I believe I need to complete. Yeah, a couple of these. Editing scripts in game. So that's where all of this stuff comes from. What about the rest of this? Yeah, I mostly just want to copy paste this up to the top now. This does not bode well for me. There are a lot of items here. Okay, so we mark this as done and we archive it all. There, finished. Okay, so we've done that. Update to do. Update today. So edit column today. Monday. Adam will be. What's the most important thing? I kind of want to work on the queuing UI. Can I even do that? Let's take a look at where we left off. And then let me also connect to, well, I'll show you guys the new mockups we got for the queuing UI. So when you join a game, I think the next big thing is to get you to be able to drag bots down to here. Yeah, because that way you can actually deploy them. Now, one of the other things we need to do, though, is... I guess you have a minute to set up your queue, actually. So Adam will be working on the in-game queuing system so that bots can finally be deployed into the arena again. And Proliental Digite wrote a bot that just counts word usages. And then it sits in a channeling and just keeps a bunch of data. Okay, yeah. So this is going to be it. Are you the only person working on this code? Yeah, I am. And hey, Coal Miner. So, okay, update today has been done. So we can just get rid of these things. Okay, so let me go get you guys, well, and also me, the couple of screenshots that we're going to need here. This will take me just a second. I gotta download these and then figure out where they went. Okay. So pasted image, it was two of these things. So let's just put this here for now. Pasted image 1, pasted image 2. And then there's a whole bunch of notes for these. So the answer to 1 is this. 2, BG color differs. 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so that's everything. This is like the direction I need to be able to get going. What is that, Coal Miner? You control the Twitch bot with your code page? I don't know what that means. Okay, so let's open these up. So here's... This won't be possible to get into this unless you actually have a queue, right? And maybe before a game starts... Oh, darn it. I gotta think about this for a second. Well, let me open up both these images in the meantime. Give me a tutorial to this game. I don't understand anything. So, if you're talking about that you're playing the actual game, I would say just ignore this for now. Like, it's not straightforward. Yeah, you are in the actual game. So, the short story is just press B. And then whatever you happen to have over here that's already configured, just use that. So if you have a bot that just has lasers, like let's say I pick this one. So this has more than lasers, but just imagine that it only has infernal lasers. Then you can go over to here and pull things out like fire lasers, pursue enemy, and just move randomly. And you can set up your entire bot logic like this. Then you just deploy them into the arena, and they'll do what you told them to do. So for now, that's it. That's the tutorial pretty much. Hey, EJ. Notes and volts. Oh, Coal Miner, that's not what happened. I typed something like this. I said edit com today, blah, blah, blah. And then I copy pasted this into my Twitch chat. Oh, yeah, no, Notes and Volts hasn't been here. Or at least not while I'm streaming. Or not on that account. It would be kind of weird, though, that someone else called you EJ. Right? Because that would not be my first inclination if I saw your name. Thanks, Coal Miner. Okay, so I think one potential issue is that you can't set auto deploy on until a bot is actually in the arena. So I think we're gonna need like special UI before the game even starts, because at first what's gonna happen is you just have a queue. There are none of your bots are actually in the arena. And if this is the consumptive queue where these things get pulled off of it, oh man, so there are a couple of questions. So yeah, one potential issue is that you can't set auto deploy on a bot. You can't set auto deploy until can't enable auto deploy. How did the cookie making go? Also, Brilliantal says, I'm god of this game now. I made muffins, and I think it went pretty well. They were good muffins, excuse me. So one potential issue is that you can't enable auto deploy until a bot's actually in the arena, and then the other one is that what if you just don't put anything into your queue? Is that an issue? Maybe that's not an issue. Yeah, maybe that's not an issue. No, it kind of is. It definitely is. Fine, so I guess we just automatically deploy something for you. I'll need to test that out. Okay, so Prolianta, I'll deploy a slightly better bot for you to play against. Oh, I don't have my good script here. Oh well, whatever. I'm just gonna deploy this then. Does this know how to cloak? It's about to. There, done. Okay. So what we could do, like, here's what the UI is going to be. So you have the bots on the left here. These are ones that are in your queue. So when one of these dies, it'll get replaced with one of the ones in the queue. And actually, there are a couple of ways you can control how bots get deployed into the arena. One is with this sort of refresh button or repeat button. When this is enabled, when this bot dies, it'll just get recreated immediately into the arena exactly how it was. So it's sort of like it's invincible, but when it dies, it teleports somewhere else and the other team gets a kill. Hey, Maldian. So that's one way that you can control deploying into the arena. The other way is by dragging bots onto your queue. And if you don't have what we're calling repeat mode on, then when this bot dies, we'll just replace it with this bot. And so then this is removed from the queue. And then when this bot dies, we'll replace it with the next bot in your queue. And then we'll remove this from the queue, and so on and so forth. Now that's without repeat mode on. So then there's one other way, and that's with repeat mode on. You basically just drag these brackets around whatever it is that you want sort of repeated into the queue. So here we have A and B being repeated into the queue. So like, let's say this guy dies, then B goes in. And now B is still in the queue, but now we're going to be deploying A next. So now this guy dies, and we deploy this into the queue. And now A is still in the queue when we deploy B next, and so on and so forth. So that's all the ways that you get this in. Well, EJ, I agree. There will be a tutorial, and I don't think this will be too complex if you're just doing it sort of in the basic way. So the basic way to control this would be you're looking at the game and you want a bot in the arena. So you drag a bot down to here and you're good there. Now it'll go into the arena basically. And once you know that, that's all you need to play the game. But then of course you might want more control, and that's where, yes, having a tutorial I think is going to be really good. So what's the best way to go about coding all of this? We need to be able to drag bots. So queuing need to be able to drag bots down to the footer. When this happens, we tell the game server where you dragged it. The game server keeps track of a mirror of your UI, essentially, so that you both know ordering. Will you have something so you can at least hover over the icons so you know what this stuff does? Ideally, yeah, but you can't hover over this stuff on a tablet. So either way, we're going to need a tutorial for this stuff. I don't think... Right, EJ. I agree. But I also think that you run into the same problem with the original Botland, which is like, what does auto deploy do? So there are certain things that we can't easily communicate with just an icon or text. And that's where I think a tutorial is necessary. And I don't think they're difficult concepts. Oh, sorry, I never deployed a bot. There we go. I don't think they're difficult concepts. That explanation seems to be a little confusing. So there are basically only, I guess there are technically like 3 ways of deploying in Botland. And 2 of them are kind of the same. What happened to my... Okay, fine. Alright, so 3 ways of deploying in Botland. One is sort of the immediate queue, which is like drag a bot image onto your queue and it will be queued up. Like, great. When one of your bots dies, a new one comes in from the queue. So that's the immediate queue. Then there's the repeat queue. Drag a bot image onto your queue and it will be queued up. From the queue. This is consumed in the queue. No, I think this is great. And like I said, we were already planning on a tutorial at something. It's like Pied Piper level of user onboarding. I don't know what that means. So drag a bot image onto your queue and it'll be queued up when one of your bots dies. So then you need to set up, I'm not gonna actually detail this here. This is a way of, I wonder if we should just get rid of that. This is a way of deploying such that bots aren't consumed from the queue. And then there's auto deploy. When a bot with auto deploy dies, it gets redeployed immediately into the arena. We need something like that here. Intro.js. What is this? Why using Intro.js? I want to know what it does. What is Intro.js? Ah, here we go. It's all the way at the bottom of the page. Oh no. No, that's all I use to describe this. Alright, I don't know. What other demos for this? Hello, I'm Intro.js. Oh, neat. Huh, that's pretty cool. I should look into that at some point. Look into Intro.js for the tutorial. Why not instead of auto deploy, but auto add? Auto adds it to the end of the queue when the bot is deployed, not when it's destroyed or when you start it. So okay, Original Pepper. First of all, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding this. So let me talk about some terminology, at least just for the sake of this stream. This might not necessarily be something that you have to care about in the game, but terms. So deploy. This is the act of a bot entering the arena. Actually, that's it. That's really the only term you need to know, I guess. So, and then I guess other things, term/background. So you always have 3 bots in the arena at all times. There is no cost to deploy, and I guess there's one other term you might need to know, recall. This is the act of removing a bot from the arena. Players can do this at will, but it costs them a point. Like, it counts, I'll say this, it counts as a kill for the other team. Anyway, okay, so need to be able to drag. I think once I've made this, it'll at least make sense when you see me using it. And then sure, I think new users won't necessarily know how to use it. And that's when, yeah, I think a tutorial is really helpful. So having to drag something onto the queue, we need to have this do something on the game server as well. You need to be able to drag bots down to the footer. When this happens, we tell the game server where you dragged it. The game server keeps track of a mirror of your UI essentially, so you both know ordering. Okay, so before a game starts, you're allowed to manage your queue, but nothing is ever taken from it. Now that's something that I think this could get a little bit confusing. And that's going to be confusing about this. So like you have a bot image. Imagine if this is over in your bar and like here's some bot that you want to drag onto this bar. So the way you'll typically do this is you'll just drag this onto your bar and it'll turn into an icon here like you see over there. But before a game starts, you don't have any bots in the arena. So maybe when you drag it to here, it immediately becomes one of these kinds of icons, but that would be really tough too, I think. I don't know. I'm just going to kind of start this stuff. We'll see how it goes. So need to be able to drag bots down to the footer. When this happens, we tell the game server where you dragged it. So for the sake of this, let's act as though no, we can't act as though we're in a game. We need the whole you just joined a game thing. I wonder if we should make games last a very short amount of time. I can't think of how else we'd do this because I need to be able to transition from the pre-game phase into the in-game phase. So let's give us 10 seconds for being able to manage that, and then games will last for 1 second. Yeah, this is super weird. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. You link this about onboarding users. You can have n number of bots in the queue, and when a bot is destroyed, the next bot in the queue is added. Auto deploy seems to mean that the queue is not accessed for the next bot. The bot is just redeployed. Then you want to have bots only be brought in from the queue, so you can just have Bob. You know, so Original Pepper, the combination of these two systems is to give you more control as a user. So like, let's think of it this way. Let's think of it in terms of archetypes. So you have, you know, like a heavy offense bot. You have a support bot. You have a heavy defense bot maybe, or, you know, something like that, like a long range bot. You've got archetypes of bots. And suppose you decided that like, I always want this in the arena. This is where you'd use auto deploy, and then like you want the other bots to be maybe a support bot and maybe a defense bot or a long range bot. Like you want it to cycle through these, and so you put all three of these in the queue, but you check auto deploy on this one. Oh, it's a Philly. So I think users will want this, and this was to prevent having to like script how you deploy things into the arena. So like I said, this could be your heavy offense bot, which you always want in the arena. So you check this icon, and then these other ones are like, oh yeah, you know, put a defense bot in, put a long range bot in, put another offense bot in, something like that. Hey Jay the King, welcome to the stream. And by the way, in case you're curious what it is that I'm working on, it's that. And we are right now working on getting this into the game. So what I'm going to do is let's close out of really all of these things. I really need a better way for managing this because this is super tedious. So now we're going to go back and run everything again. And now what I've done is the pre-game time will last for 10 seconds and the in-game time will last for 1 second. So when I join the game here, what we're going to see is there's going to be a timer at the upper right. It'll start at 10 seconds. And then when it counts down to 0, it's going to go back up to 1 second, and then that's it. It'll eject me from the game. Good. Okay, you didn't actually see it hit 0 because it went back to 1, so it looked like it hovered at 1 for a long time. Queuing, yeah. So queuing in Botland is this concept of, let me show you. So yeah, you drag something from one of your bots that you created onto your queue, and it gets put right here. And then as your bots die, they sort of march off the right side of this queue into the arena. You need to be able to drag bots. We tell the game server where you dragged it. So this means each player object on the server needs a bot queue. What is in this queue? Well, it could be, I guess there has to be an ID for it. There needs to be some way of identifying this. Position alone could work, but it could lead to desync issues where the game server knows that something was just removed from the queue, but the client doesn't, and there's no way to recover from that. You're going to have a marching animation? I don't know. We're going to have some animations. We'll work on that in July. So there needs to be some way of identifying this. I guess when you add something to the queue, so what if when you added something to the queue, the game server gave you an ID for that? I mean, that would be fine. So your queue is going to start off, so we have, where is it? Server player.js. What does this have in it? Number of mines laid. Yeah, so we'd have to put something here like this dot bot queue equals, well, the queue, which is an array in JavaScript. So we have this, and then again, the question is like, what does this contain? And I think since this queue will never be larger than length 5, I don't think we need to do some like crazy optimizations of let's make it an object and key all the values by their ID. That way we can look them up quickly. I don't think that's necessary. So the game server gave you an ID for that. So a bot itself is cosmetics hardware. Well, we can say cosmetics loadout, hardware loadout, script, name. Now, one of the questions we had, and we don't have an answer to this yet, I wrote, how do we feel about bots in the queue? Should changes that you make to scripts and blueprints affect them? So that's what this scenario is. Like this bot over here, can I drag a rectangle? Well, whatever, it doesn't really matter. This bot over here has missiles and lasers, right? So you put it onto the queue, and now you expect that when this gets deployed, it's going to have missiles and lasers. But what happens if you were to change the blueprint up here to have like artillery and cloaking? Do you expect this to get updated or not? And also, what did Jason say about this? I think this needs further thought. I had previously imagined that scripts would affect bots in the queue, but blueprint changes would not. This made sense with the former, but it may no longer make sense with the new scheme. Yeah. Because I guess this hasn't been deployed in the arena yet, and we don't want to have you manage this. So yeah, updates up here could change this too, which would mean that these are just blueprint IDs essentially. And should you delete them, then you need to get removed from your queue as well. Okay, so when in the queue, this can just refer to a blueprint ID that you've configured. It actually makes it super easy. So now this queue is literally just a set of numbers like 4, 3, 3, 4. Well, would that even make sense? Yeah, I guess so, 4, 3, 3, 4. And then if you delete a blueprint, it would get removed from this queue and the client would be told about it. And every time you deploy, okay, so events are add to queue, client triggers this. So tell the server which blueprint was added. So that's one event. The other is remove from queue, server triggers this. Tell the client which blueprint was just put into the arena. Actually, no, it could. could be the client could trigger this too. Tell the server. I guess it's deploy from queue. Server triggers this. Tell the server which blueprint was removed. What else do we have? Like reorder in queue. Client triggers this. Tell the server which blueprint was moved and to which position. This won't work now. Yeah, so there can be desync issues here. Because you can have the same blueprint in the queue multiple times. So when I say that, hey, I move blueprint 4 to position 3, it's like, which 4 is it? So you need to say I move position 0 to position 3. But those positions are not matched on the server. So maybe what we do... Oh, man, this is going to be tough. Tell the server which blueprint was added and to which index in the queue. Which blueprint was removed and which index it was. This is like very minor levels of desynchronization that can happen here. Because what I'm concerned about is, like, here's a race condition scenario that we could have. Like, queue contains 1, 2, 3. So on the server, one of your bots dies. So 3 gets removed from the queue and deployed into the arena. On the client, you haven't heard about this event yet. So you say, move position 2 in the queue to position 0. But, well, not even that really. You move position like 0 to position 1 or something, but there is no position 2 any longer. I wonder how frequently something like this would happen. And I wonder what you'd expect to happen if there was a desync here. Let me think about this. So 3 got removed. In this scenario, you could just say, look, there is no position 2, so this won't work. But there's a case where I guess it'll get screwed up. There's got to be a race condition here somewhere. I'll have to think about it. Okay, well, for now, I guess this makes enough sense. So the first thing we need to be able to do, actually, is make sure your blueprints are downloaded by the game server. We're going to just work with that for right now. So when you first connect, add allowed player to queue. We say finish populating player details. This gets script and get bot base. Okay, and the account server REST client will populate this data here. And what do? We just return them. We set them in user details. All right, fine. Then when we get them, we say construct bot base for player, db bot base, and player.set bot base. Okay, good. So yeah, whatever blueprints you have will be here, and they will be referred to by ID. So when you add something to the queue, all right, then here's what we're gonna do. So this is the queue that a player has set up for deploying into the arena. So it's an array of numbers. Each element is a blueprint ID. That may not be a good idea now that I think about it. Is there any other information that you might need? I guess what scripts is associated. I don't think we're going to do this part with the drop down. Yeah, so let's just say it's a blueprint ID. So each element is a blueprint ID, which means that elements are not guaranteed to be unique since you can queue up the same blueprint multiple times. Okay, well, now we have this bot queue. So let's let's start with the simplest thing. This is already done. So let's start with the simplest thing, which is when you join a game and you drag something onto here, that it just gives you an event. So we need to make that a drop target, I guess. And then we also need to not eject ourselves from the game, probably. That would be a good idea. Okay, so that's done. Now we do the event part of this. So you have a blueprint selector, and we made these draggable, the blueprint selector icons. Right, but there's no drop event. Now the only drop listener right now, I believe, is a hardware slot. But we set this up in a way that this is not exactly what we want, is it? On drag move. No, this is not what we want then, because we need a drop listener, and that was in, I guess, hardware loadout. Drop. Aha. On drop activate. Find the first empty slot and add a class for that. No, that's not what this does. No, this is a bad comment. But either way, the whole part about like on drop activate, we need to do this. So make an interactable for the footer, and then remove it, of course, in the other part. Okay, good. So let's go take a look. So there's the in-game footer. We currently have nothing here, so we can just copy paste all this stuff. Cool. All right, now let's take a look. So we're going to accept not draggable hardware. What is this thing called? Blueprint selector icon. It's just... Oh, it doesn't... What? Something's wrong. Start.ref.draggable. Okay. What's going on in Botland right now? Coal Miner's talking to Proliental. I want to see. Okay, yeah. It's the two of them. Coal Miner has hidden in the corner. Wow. Alright, so ref equals draggable. What we're going to need here is a class that tells it that it's draggable, like blueprint, I guess. So CSS classes equals that. Draggable blueprint. If can move up, go left. If can go right, go down. I mean, that works, but it just doesn't work in a way you'd really want, I think. Okay, so we have draggable blueprint here. What we're going to accept is this. And we clone this too. We clone any draggable items, I think it's fine. So we can't reference them specifically unless we used a standard ID. What do I mean by standard ID? Like a DOM ID. I think in this specific component is droppable, but children are droppable. Yeah, on drop activate and on drop deactivate. So we must have these functions somewhere. On drop activate, on drop deactivate. And we have this whether or not you're dragging. And then what it is that you're dragging. I think this is a good idea to have this. We need to save this too. So let's take this over to here. I'm going to get this to work, then I'm going to do some refactoring in the end of all of this. So what you're dragging and that you're dragging get saved here. So is dragging starts off as false. True, you're currently dragging a blueprint. And then this is like the dragged blueprint ID, I suppose. Dragged blueprint ID. This always refers to the last blueprint ID that we dragged. The reason we don't null this out is when we're done dragging, null this out, we wouldn't know which item we dragged. Yeah, okay, cool. So it always refers to the last. So it's not item, blueprint that we dragged. The reason why we don't null this out is when we're done dragging it. Yep, cool. Okay, good. Yep, sounds great. So this, and then the item ID, we're going to say Botland blueprint ID. And we're going to just put blueprint ID here. And then save that. We don't need that. This is a blueprint. Cool. So this does not exist. Let's go make that exist. And where is hardware loadout? Here it is. So it was botland item ID. We need to store this. Okay. So this is in hardware invite item. So we need to put this over here. And I think, yeah, we don't have this right now. Okay, so what do we call this? Botland blueprint ID. And then this is going to be this dot props dot. I hope we have something. This dot props dot bay dot ID. Wow. Okay. Well, that worked out well. So then all we need to do now is when you're done dragging, do a window dot alert or something saying what the blueprint ID is. You can kill your bots by pressing Control K or typing /kill into chat. Okay. So we need the drop handler now, which I don't remember where that goes. Like, at some point we have to use this dragged item template. But how? How does this work? Drag, move, setup, drag, on drag, move, component amount. There are level selectors. I don't remember where those went. I don't even know what I called them. Hardware level select. Where do these exist? Empty hardware slot. So there must be a drop handler in here somewhere, right? No, it's in hardware level select. Aha! On drop hardware. Got it. Nice. So we made this in here, that this is a drop zone, but just for the sake of allowing children to have a drop event on it. Yeah. And we're going to need to do the same thing here anyway. So I guess we need to make like a bot queue component. Okay, let's take a look at the mock-ups here. Yeah, bot queue will always just be on the left side. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Bot queue.js. So this turns into bot queue. I don't know what it could possibly be, Jay. I just don't know. So this is going to be a div, bot queue. That sounds good. Let's go into components last. We'll go into here. Save this as bot queue.last. Just say background color of red. Horrible job. So nice. Alright, and then we have the game HUD. We're going to take the bot queue. Okay, great. So queue here. Now in the footer for in-game, what we're going to do is add the queue. So let's search for really any other footer that we have here. This. We'll get rid of that. Put this here. Change this to bot queue. And then we'll put it down here. So done. Okay, so now we should see possibly a red box on the bottom of this, I hope. Yeah, it's not arranged correctly. We need the whole flex direction stuff. And whoa, what happened with the time up here? It's set to 59 seconds. What? What did happen? The game ended in a tie. Oh, right, I cut that out. Right. Okay, well, we can fix this pretty easily. So we have in-game footer here. Let's go take a look. In-game footer.last. So this has extend footer. Okay, so what we're going to need here is display flex. put this here. Then on bot Q, we need flex auto. Right, is that good enough for this to work? I guess we should also put a flex direction on this, huh? Hey, Judge Bacon, how you doing? How is Realm of the Mad God? Okay, check it out. So now we have Q here. Perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this a drop target for your bots. So let's go do that. It's going to be like hardware level select. Yeah, component did mount component. Okay, let's just do this. We're currently hovering over this component during a drag event. But it has to be the right kind of drag event. Is dragging over. Yeah, this isn't right. This can't work. On level selected. Ah, darn it. This is going to be hard. Oh, wait, no. Accept draggable hardware. We can just say draggable blueprint over here, right? Is that what I even called it? Yes, it is. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, then this might work. Okay, so then when something's dragging over this, we need to render it differently, which I'm pretty sure if is dragging over, put selected hardware level. Yeah, we're going to do something like that. But how does this work? Oh, because each individual thing. Oh, man, this is crazy. How I ever designed this in the first place. I'm like half impressed and half scared to death. So I guess I'm impressed to death right now. Pretty good. What a mixture of emotions this is. So what we're going to put here is the bot Q, and then I guess whether or not it's selected for right now. I don't really want to do that. But fine, if is dragging over, then we'll put something like selected bot Q. And then in this selected bot Q, what we'll do is we'll put background color of blue. There's a color you never thought I'd use. Okay, so let's connect. Let's hit play. Let's drag onto here. It should turn blue when I do that. It doesn't. We pull our hair out. We call it a day. And we never code again. Interact is not defined. So that's because I forgot a require statement. Where's bot Q? Here it is. Can I see chat in game? No, it's not running on my computer. I probably could see it if I wanted to log into that server. It's not interactable. Refs.hardware loadout. That doesn't exist. Hardware loadout. Doesn't even exist here. Level select. What's going on? What function is this? Oh, that's too bad, Judge Bacon. And yeah, I'm doing well. This weekend I spent like, I don't know, 6 hours working on Botland. The only thing that I can really show you guys that I got done, because it wasn't all code that I was spending time doing. But I can't show you this. Never mind. I broke the code. So I'll show it to you in a bit. But it was minor stuff to do with scripting or refactoring. Does everyone suddenly play that game? No, I think so. Judge Bacon and Horforia were playing, and then I saw that Horforia was playing, so I hopped on the server. And I do not plan on playing that game anymore. So EJ, it's been around for like many years. I don't know how many. And it's kind of a cash grab and a gigantic grind right now. So I don't really think it's worth getting into. Okay, so this is coming from in-game footer because I used the wrong ref. Hardware loadout doesn't exist. This needs to be the only thing that we have here, which I guess is the bot queue. Let me take a look at hardware loadout and see how we did this. This is not hardware loadout. This is. So it's the main div. Okay, great. Let's put that on the main div here then too. Ref equals footer. Or in-game footer, I guess we can say. That's probably fine. Sounds like a great game. It's fun. It's definitely fun to get started. But then once you realize what like end game means, it's not so fun anymore. Yeah, and eventually what happens in that game is you have pets and they have skills. So there's like heal, and obviously most skills in all games start at like level 1, right? So the way that you level these up is by feeding them items, but to feed them items costs a currency that you only get when your character dies. You can only redeem it when your character dies. I'm pretty sure that's the only way. So like you have to just go farm a bunch of you need to level up characters and then farm their own deaths basically. It's not great. Does this exist now? It does. Okay, so what does interactable not exist? Bing bing bing, that's the problem. Alright, are we almost there? Okay, good. So let's try dragging this down here now. Almost. I wonder what I'm doing wrong at this point. So dragging it works. On drop activate. Let's put this here. I don't know if this matters. So we go to play. And then oh, good. Okay, cool. So did I get the right blueprint ID? Yeah, I did. Okay, that works. So fine. Great. Let's get rid of that. And then I guess let's put a breakpoint in bot Q. Yeah. Let's do that. Bot Q. So we're going to put this in some sort of drop function. On drag enter, on drag leave, draggable blueprint. And there's an on drop as well. On drop hardware. That's what that calls. Okay. Huh. Oh, that's why. Oh man, I found the problem. I call that level select. And you call this ref equals bot Q. All right, I think that should fix it. Let's try it out. Hey, cool. It sort of worked. So what broke here? What is this? Reference error, class names is not defined. Oh, CSS classes, and then I tried using class names. All right, that's just a minor mistake. And either way, it would have broken anyway. If I want to make something in real time like chat, I have to use Socket.io. You don't have to. You just have to use some communication transport. And Socket.io happens to be one of them. You could make things over HTTP if you want. You could do a lot of different things. Okay, so check it out. We made it so that now you can drag onto here and you can see that this is like that's it. It's working. Cool. So that was step 1. Step 2 is to actually record the position here now. Well, long polling chat wouldn't be great, but I'm just saying it's not like you have to use sockets for it. I guess it's going to be a socket underneath anyway, because HTTP is over TCP. Oh well, what are you going to do? So I am going to check out the arena in the game. What wacky stuff have you guys done? Hey, it's actually a pretty even score right now, 20-20. So the reason why I don't think it's worth playing the game in the current iteration is because it's really, really hard to change hardware. The way you do it is you refresh the page, you reconnect, and then you type out a new configuration you want. So if you wanted to use reflect shields or something to counter the other person's lasers, you need to go through that process. So instead, in the new game, of course, if you want to do that, just click one of your bots, go to edit, and there you go. Also, I want to make sure I can't drag this here. I can't. That's good. Okay, yeah, all that stuff's working. Yeah, nice. Okay, so the issue that I'm going to run into is I'll have some icons down here already, but I won't know what order you drag them into unless I do a whole bunch of calculations myself. So I want to go check out Interact.js and see if they do something like this. No, they don't have an example for it. A lot of these do have an example for it. Huh, I wonder how I'll do this then. Because I need this to exist. Oh, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough, I think. Well, not for now. We can add to the queue easily enough because it's just when you drag onto there. The problem then becomes positioning in this queue. Hey, Skynet. So let's change this to green or something like that. What, Judge Bacon? Oh, will you be able to do something like double click to add to queue? Uh, like maybe, but I don't know if you necessarily need that level of control. If you do, then fine, we can add it. I think that's pretty simple. The other thing that I didn't realize Jason wanted me to do is this image should be draggable as well. And I just didn't make it draggable. In fact, that probably wouldn't be too hard, but um, yeah, whatever makes it easier for people to play the game, those sorts of like nice usability features would be high on my list once we get to the polish phase. Okay. Just seems like a lot of dragging and dropping. Well, I don't think you're going to need to. So, okay, let me show you this mode. This might be what people end up using, and it might be the only mode we give you eventually if everyone's using this anyway. So yes, you needed to drag things onto the queue to begin with. And eventually maybe we have some way in the future where like when you start a game, you've got these 3 particular bots in the queue already. But once you have them in the queue, since repeat mode is on, this is what I was trying to talk about earlier. Repeat mode makes it so that a bot that gets deployed from your queue is not removed from the queue after that, because you have this like these little repeat brackets here. So it's going to go deploy B, then it's going to deploy A, then it's going to deploy B. And so you don't need it. You could just leave the computer at that point. You don't need to worry about dragging anything else on for the rest of the game if you want. So I don't think you'll be modifying your queue like a ton, but we'll have to see. This is why we're trying to get closer to gameplay and beta here, of course. So need to be able to drag them. When this happens, we tell the server where you dragged it. The server keep track. So okay, the first thing to do here. And Teddy, thanks for following. We're the first follow of the day. So I can't make page in real time, only with Express. You could do polling. Yeah, necklace. Well, now that you followed, you can change the color of it if you want. But anyway, Proliental, do you have some reason why you don't want to use sockets? Because I think using WebSockets would be pretty straightforward, and like that's typically what people do for chat at first. So when you drag onto when you add bot to queue, so dragging onto the footer should tell the game server to put the bot into the queue. Hey Goggles, I'm doing well. How are you doing, Goggles? So dragging onto the footer should tell the game server to put the bot into the queue. We don't have anything about positioning yet. So add bot to empty queue, and then I guess add bot to a particular position in the queue. Okay, so we need a bunch of event handlers for this. Bot queue. When you drag something onto here, we need to say on. Oh, what do we even say here? We need a position at some point to get a position of where you dragged in here. Where did my op go? I don't know what you're talking about, Coal Miner. Maybe you're referring to your bots in the game, in which case every, what is it, like 13 minutes a new game starts, so all your bots are cleared from the arena when that happens. In the future, that'll be much more obvious what's going on, because there will be distinct games. So get a position of where you dragged in here and pass it to the handler. So we have on level selected here. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, where did my opponent go? It's possible that your opponent's disconnected. So we're going to say something like on, what is it, drag to queue, add to queue, drag to, no, you need to be able to drag these icons as well. Allow repositioning in the queue. Allow repositioning within the queue. Allow removal from the queue. How can I control the lights? When you follow, you get a link whispered to you. And that whispers how you control it. I'll run a couple of giveaways. There you go. But for anyone new to the stream, that's why I'm wearing these. I haven't found a better position for them yet. And since people can control them, I wanted them to be somewhere you can see them. So of all the things, this is the easiest one to do. Let's finish coding that. So on add to queue, I guess is what we're going to say. Right? Does that make sense? You make two interact on this thing. All right, let's call it on add to queue. So there we go. And then this dot props dot what? What would we even do here? It's not this dot props dot anything. It's this thing. Event dot interaction dot target dot blah. Okay, let's try this. Let's just see what happens here. I'm just gonna put this dot test dot bind this, and in test we'll just say this will take in blueprint ID. We'll just say window dot alert you dragged, and if this works, then awesome. So do we have an ID for this thing? I have no idea what these IDs are. I know that this one is number 1, so let's just try that out. You dragged 1. Okay, what is this? 3, I think. You dragged 5. Okay, I don't know what the IDs are. 1, 5, 6, 7, 9. So 1, 5, 6, 7, 9. Let's go try and see if those are the correct numbers. So select ID, comma user ID from scripts. So whoops. Oh, come on. Use botland. Oh, they're blueprint IDs. No, this is wrong. So 1, 5, 6, 7, 9. Yeah, they're correct. Okay, good. Ooh, well, that worked. Hey, T-Blon. There'll be no pseudoing in this channel. Elevation of privilege. Ha! So you dragged blueprint ID. Now what we need this to do is something for real here. But it's got to go all the way back up to... Let's see, in-game is what uses in-game footer. Yeah. So let's give this a function handler. So like on add to queue equals this dot props dot route dot like added blueprint to queue. That sounds pretty reasonable. Now over here we can just say this dot props dot that, delete this thing, go over to here, make this function in game, pass this in. There's no way this could fail. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. So I guess let's say added blueprint to queue equals main instance dot added blueprint to queue dot bind main instance. Nitrox, thanks for following. And hey, Baked Raccoon. 23 hours in chat. Wow. And yes, you have pi points. Yeah, so here's what we'll do. We'll put this here with a blueprint ID. We don't know where you added it in the queue yet, but we need to tell the server this dot socket interface. We don't even know that this thing exists. Oh man, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's wrong here, isn't there? And this isn't even how this works, right? It's got to go through the SPMP router. Oh boy. Oh boy. Deploy button pressed. So we're going to say something like add blueprint to queue blueprint ID. Yep. Not dumb at all. Alright, so console.log telling the server to add blueprint ID to the queue. And we need to, well, we need to do a couple of things. Deploy button pressed is create bot by ID. This is going to be all of today, by the way. Just a whole bunch of managing this queue stuff, and then, what's this? What? See SPMP router for more details. Why don't I have 3 of these? I don't remember this. Alright, well, let's do what it says and go. Those are not more details. Where is this used? SPMP actions? What? Is this because this is all the client can do to interact with the game? Yeah, it must be. Oh. Wow. Actually pretty interesting. Like the entire game could be summed up as just 3 actions that the client can do. You created a bot, you chose a buff, or you said that a bot is going to be auto deployed. That was it. Those are the only 3 things you could do as a user in the original, like, and that's actually pretty much going to be all that you can do in the new botland too. It's not like that's going to change a lot. That's the point of the game, is that you spend a lot of your time in here writing scripts, coming up with a strategy you want. So let's make a script right now really fast. Lay mine. Let's just take the RD artillery script after that. And we'll put a reflect on there too. There. No, wait, no, that's bad. I want to put this here. There. Great. Cool. Let's just get rid of this too. There. Done. Cool. Yeah. Huh. That is quite interesting. So I should write this here. This is used to dispatch actions from the client, meaning, yeah. Okay, cool. So let's put something here then. We'll say add bot to queue, or whatever I'd called this thing. Let's put this here. Add blueprint to queue. Then we need to continue to copy wherever this is in the code base, huh? That's fine, that's fine. So then it's just this part. And there are 2 here. Single player handlers. Simulation server, create player bot by ID. I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this at all. But this is probably just a thin wrapper around another function, right? It better be. Yeah, it is. It's an incredibly thin wrapper. It's 1 line of code. Coal Miner says, wow, your admin bots got romped by my hand-built buttes. I put down landmines, and landmines are not very good against your build at all. I was just deploying something. Let's just throw some PJ Salt in the chat. Yeah, landmines will eventually be a lot better, I think, because I don't recall exactly how we said we're going to change these, but I'm pretty sure we're changing them so that you need to harvest these resources in order to be able to lay landmines, and then once you do that, they last for practically forever. Okay, well, doing this shouldn't be so bad, and actually we have no single player game yet, so I don't know if I should even do this. Maybe I just make a no op here. I'm not sure. Well, all right, let's figure out some of these. So this is going to be, is this still on my clipboard? Yeah. So add blueprint to queue.bind simulation server. So then in the simulation server, we have this. Oops. This dot arena dot add blueprint to queue. That doesn't even make any sense. This is a bad idea. What kind of player depot do we have here? Possibly nothing. Game server. Oh, this makes one. And then this inherits from it. So this has a player depot. So we would just say window.alert. Never coded the single player version of add blueprint to queue. We're going to do that for a lot of these, by the way. But for right now, this is fine. So then we go back to this, and we have one more place that we've got to edit this. So it's got to be this. So player deploy bot by ID. Why would I preface or prefix all these with player? I guess because it starts from the client doing this. There's going to be a lot to do here. Yeah, it's just going to be a lot to do. Okay, well, let's go start working on it. And this process that I'm doing is going to need to be redone a lot. Add blueprint to queue. So this will be 51. We can put that there. And then we need things to handle this. And there should only be a couple of these. So one is here. We're done with that. The other one is here, which is socket.on. So we're going to do that. And this will be, I don't know what function yet. And then there's one more. Oh, that's it actually. Okay, so we just need the handler now. This wasn't so bad. Hey Zilly, how you doing? Okay, so what do we do here? When you're adding something to the queue, all this involves is going to be the player depot. And we should have a player depot here. I hope we do. It wouldn't make any sense if we didn't. This.gameserver.get player depot. Do we have the player depot in here too? I'm guessing yes. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that, yeah, we could do this. So we're going to do this. We'll say add blueprint to queue. No, that's not right. That is not right. No. It's player.add_blueprint to queue. Dot bind player. Okay, there we go. So now we go into server player, and we just make sure that this function gets hit. And if so, then we're in pretty good shape. Add on my main page, I have all the data for all the support channels. Do you think it'd be easier to generate the HTML for each channel and then extend a variable with that data, or do it another way? I think one thing you need to answer yourself is, how do you want this data to be displayed? So chances are, if you extended this to like every single channel on Twitch, you would want individual pages for them. So I would probably think about things that way. But if you're really just going to have it for, let's say, 5, 10 channels, then having it all on one page is not necessarily a bad idea. But again, that's kind of your own vision for that. And then once you come up with what you're doing there, we should talk some more. Because, yeah, I need to see how your app is architected right now. And Zoe, I'm doing well. It's a Monday. We got a lot of important work ahead of us this week, and I'm just starting right away with this. So let's put this, add blueprint to queue, blueprint ID. So at the very least, here's what we need. We need to say console.log, this function worked, blueprint ID, and then just make sure that everything's working. Now here's what I'd love to be able to do, which I don't know if this is going to be possible, but we want to try connecting to just a game server directly. No matchmaker, no anything else. I don't think that's even possible anymore. Oh, okay. See you today. Enjoy the episode. So when I run a server, this works, but how do I connect to this? Oh, it's trying to connect to the account server. Oh, yeah, it's going to need to do that still, won't it? Okay, let's run the account server then. So let's try this now. All right, that did work. Game ended in a tie. I don't know how that happened. I think I broke this a long time ago and never needed to fix it. Right now, you need to use the matchmaker in order to connect to a game server. I can't just connect to it directly. Alright, I'm going to need to re-architect a bunch of things. Juveler, thanks for following. What did you do before you started Botland? Well, I had some professional jobs. The last personal project I did was that, Ophog. Okay, so let's do this. So infra matchmaker, we'll run. Oh, that doesn't work anymore. Modules overseer. Okay, we'll run the overseer. This is a bad idea too. What am I doing? Man, I need to come up with a way to be able to restart game servers without restarting everything. Because right now the way that I have to do this is like this. I start an overseer, I start a matchmaker, I start an account server, I start a game server cluster, I start the client. Well, let's try this anyway. So here's what should happen, assuming we got everything to work. We see this right here, successfully registered with the overseer. When I play the game, we'll see a bunch of stuff print out. And then when I drag something onto here, we should see the number 1 print out in that console. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so that's all been totally wired up. Oh, hey, Pro Sam. All right, not bad. Not bad. So now we just need it to work. And we probably need to send something back to the player. Is there anything else that makes it over to the server? There has to be something, right? What have I missed? Not too much. All I did is I made it so that when you drag a blueprint here, it tells the server what blueprint you dragged there. That way the server can add it to your queue, and the queue is eventually going to look like this. Now the server needs to add it to your queue, of course. So .push blueprint ID. And then it needs to tell you, I guess, the entire state of your queue. That way if there are any discrepancies, you'll know. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at this. Drag and drop, yeah. So I need to send some response back. We don't even have a socket here, so that won't work. Wait, do we have a socket? Well, we don't. Yeah, no, they would be connected. Okay, how do we communicate anything else back to the player? We don't usually do that, do we? Because an arena is where we might handle something like that. Hey, Lukey. Cli serve router. That's what does it. Yeah, so we can't just assume that there's a socket here. And this doesn't know enough. Okay, yeah. So we can't just assume that there's a socket here since they may be playing single player. So we have to go through the Cli serve router, which we don't even have here. So we gotta figure this out. Nice necklace. Yeah. Router actions.movebot. I guess there's going to be another router action. So this is going to take a lot of plumbing to do this. So the client server router, do we even have that in here? This does not have this since this is purely a server class. Oh, that actually makes sense. But then that means that how would this work in single player is the question. We need some way for this thing to tell you what it did. Arena has that class. Okay, so the connection manager gets a message over a socket saying add blueprint number X to the queue. So we eventually need this to work in single player as well. We call into the arena there, then we have a client server router. The thing is, a lot of this doesn't even involve the arena, so this is pointless. It can't be in the connection manager though. These work in single player as well, meaning we need to involve a Cli serve router. And we don't have that for the connection manager. Which means that the handler for this function must be somewhere that has access to both the player and the Cli serve router. Where is that? So the arena is one such instance of that. but I don't think that's a good idea, especially because this class is already like gigantic. And I guess the game server has it too. But again, I don't think the game server is a place to put it. I think player is a place to put it, and it just needs the client server router to know what to do afterward. We don't have that in here. Huh. Route only to and route to all except. So yeah, there's a way to route to everyone except for one person, and to only one person. Those are the three ways that things work in botland. Eventually we might have like route to team, but we don't have that yet. I think I'm gonna throw this into the arena for now. Just to have a place for it. What's the point? There's no point in doing that. Okay. I had a question for you. I've been really eager to start coding, and I know easy things, but I don't really know where to write the code. Lately I've been trying Google Console, but it just ain't working. Well, what language are you writing in? Because setting up an environment on your own computer would typically not take you more than like half an hour or an hour. At least basic stuff. So I think you could get up and running with something like that pretty quickly. Especially if it's something like Python, like you just download Python and then run it. And now you could type something here, print hello world. You could just start using this. You could write files, Python files, and then run them through this. Currently JavaScript. Yeah, so what I think you could do, Lukey, is set up, like there are probably some online things you could do. If you want this to work on your own computer, you can set up a really simple, let me show you this. You can set up a really simple web page that just includes your source. So like I have main.js here, and I can paste this to you if you want. You can include something like main.js and then just make a new file called main.js alongside it. So I'll show you this. I'll do this really quickly. So desktop, del, lepco, lukey. So we'll do echo a to index.html and echo a to main.js. So let's close out of that, and then let's open this up. All right, so we'll load this up in a web page, in a browser, sorry. Hello, Chrome, where are you? Okay, so yeah, your title here, so it could be like Lukey test. And then let's load up main.js, and in here we'll just put something like, what does this do? Something like this. So here I'm using jQuery. You don't have to use this. Let's put this here. So we can just say console.log hello world. And then when I reload this page, there we go. It says hello world, and now you're good to go. You just type JavaScript into here. It takes like 2 minutes. So I will upload this zip to you. So we'll save this as lukey.zip. All right, just give me a sec. Oh, come on. Is my web server down? All right, you know what? I'm just going to paste this into bpaste then, because that's all you really need anyway. And I'm going to put it into one file. So the top part is HTML and the bottom part is JavaScript. So I'll just write main.js here, and this would be like index.html. So don't copy this, of course, but I'll just paste this and you'll have it. Hey, Olo. All right, so for now, what I said is I would use, wait a second, we don't need this. What am I doing? Server main.js, connection manager. We do this here after relies on connection manager, of course. Of course. Yeah, all right, fine. Then I'll do this through the arena. I don't like this idea. All right, fine. Add blueprint to queue. So this needs to be arena.add blueprint to queue. The only reason this involves... Wait, this not game server. Player chose buff. Wait, that's exactly the same thing. What am I doing here? Player chose buff. Player and buff ID. Yeah, let's just do that. I think that makes the most sense. So we have a player and a blueprint ID. The only reason this involves a game server is for the CliServe router. Yeah. Jeez, you'd think I'd be able to capitalize that letter correctly. Okay, cool. So now we have a game server function that is add blueprint to queue, player blueprint ID, player.add blueprint to queue, blueprint ID. Okay, and there we go. So now everything is working just fine, right? All right, then once that's done, we say route only to, and we handle this. Hey, no problem, Lukey. Is there any person who knows any course that will teach me Visual Studio? My boss told me that we're working on it, but I really don't know how to use it. So, Olo, do you know what it is you want to learn? Or is this like any tips that can help would help? Because I would say look at YouTube for that. There's probably a lot of stuff for Visual Studio on YouTube. And if not, I think you can ask specific questions in chat and people would be able to help you there. So if you want to know like, hey, how do I change memory in the debugger when I'm using C++, like someone could probably answer that question for you. Although I guess in that case you could probably also just Google it. So maybe it isn't specific things that you want to know. Anyway, let's go take a look at the client server router. So route only to, this is how this is going to work. Now, router actions, this would be something like, we could just tell you your queue every time. I got to think of how this works the best. So you choose to add something. And you need to be told whether or not it works. So add to queue ID position. What should the server respond? So either queue is full, added to empty queue, or well, added to queue at position X. Those are really the only two things that can happen, right? Or like you don't own that ID, or error, you don't own that ID. Thanks, coal miner. Yeah, it's another thing I gotta do then, huh? Blueprint ID. You need to own it. This needs to exist at the time that you go to use it too. You need an icon for it. Okay, so this is one of the three things that we can return. Potential responses. Yeah. 12 minutes, like went under my collar. Yeah, there are no speedruns for coding. That'd be ridiculous. That world record video was just an April Fool's joke. And we eventually need the index that you're trying to add it at. That would be here. We don't have that information yet, though. Okay, let's just handle the responses as we can. So how many blueprints are we letting you have in your queue? I think it's going to be 5. Yeah, Olo. Yeah, I'm not sure how to help there. Because I was going to say, at its core, you could just use Visual Studio as a text editor if you wanted to, and then do whatever you would have normally done. But what I'd suggest, Olo... Wait, let me see how this started. Yeah, so you said your boss told you. Can any of your teammates help you with this? Because this is the kind of thing that, like, they're presumably already doing what it is that you want to do. So you should be able to... ask them. Max blueprints in queue. I think this is probably better as max queued blueprints. Max queued bots. That's better. Max bots in queue. Okay, there, we got there. So this is going to be 5. This is the number of bots that you can have in the queue at any given time. And instead of you, I'll just say a player can have in the queue. Hey, Hudson. So, Lukey, the differences between ES5 and ES6 are mostly summed up in this page, ES6 features. So basically everything you see in this page was not possible in ES5, or you had to do it in a different way. And now it's just native to the language. Oh, you already linked that. Okay, good. Yeah, thanks, ProSam. Okay, so max bots in queue. So this is one of the potential responses that we can get. This is going to be kind of a lot, I guess. And this thing is good. It's going to return the response? Or we just have that take in a client-server router? No, but then we need router actions. I'm not sure. Lukey, don't worry about it if you don't know what a lot of that means. Well, what it boils down to is things like in ES5, so ES5 is like old version of JavaScript. In ES5, you might do something like this. Var x equals 5, and like, suppose you didn't want x to be able to change. Suppose you didn't want this to be possible. The way you'd have to do it would be this convoluted way of like setting a, anyway, it doesn't matter. The way you do this in ES6 though is you just mark it as const. So x equals 6, not possible. So like, this is what they say when they mean, or this is what they mean when they say that there's just 2 different versions of JavaScript now. So here's a new feature that they have. They also have classes. So when you say class person, this is syntactical sugar for prototypal inheritance, but you don't need to worry about that. There's now the class keyword in the language, and if you wanted to write this in ES5, you could. It'd be more verbose. And that's the short story of all that stuff. So add blueprint to queue. This is what would return those errors, and then this would just act as a routing class, which I don't like this. Okay, well, let's go to player then. If this dot bot queue, do we have constants here? Yes, we do. Dot length is greater than or equal to this constants dot max bots in queue. Then return null. Do you care? I guess the UI would prevent you from doing this. So this wouldn't be possible. So yeah, if this happens, you don't need to know what the error is. Did you just inspect element on this? And add a 3 to the number? It would be pretty crazy if that ever happened, though. Programmer. Yeah, so I guess the UI is going to stop you from doing this. Queue is full, which the UI would have stopped you from doing, and which the UI would have stopped you from doing. Cool. So there really can't be any errors. Well, no, maybe there could be. I don't know how exactly, but let's just not worry about that for right now. So we'll add this to the queue, and then at the end of all this, we'll return this .bot queue. So we'll say added to queue, or maybe it's just like a modified queue. Well, anyway, for now, yeah, added to queue, routed only to that player, and send back the entire queue. So const bot queue equals that, and then send this over. This is just an array of IDs, so we don't need to do any serialization. This is just an array of IDs, so we don't need to serialize it. There's going to be a lot of comments needed here, or at least some updates. Now, we don't have this router action. And what was the one that I kind of modeled this off of? Buff choice successful. Oh, man. Why do I have millions of these things? Sub pub sub subscribe. So buff choice successful. So added to queue. No, added to queue is too vague. This should be like added blueprint to queue. And we'll just put this here. did not code. Okay, so that's added blueprint to queue. Let's keep moving on here. Buff choice successful. Don't care. Server buff choice successful. Really? What else exists here? This. I need to come up with a better way to do this because this is ridiculous. And I've been mixing buff choice and buff choice successful this whole time. Yeah, I think I broke this. What? Imagine Twitch actually showed viewer numbers like that. All right, so added blueprint to queue. Yeah, let's just look through here. But this isn't needed as a network constant, is it? Why are your new values strings and not numbers? Like, was there a reason? Yeah, it was so that I can inspect them easier when something, like if I wanted to just console.log something, I could just do that. But it's not totally necessary. I didn't change any of these, did I? Okay, that should be it. So now we're going to get a response back here. And I never coded that thing. This, yeah. So you gotta say this dot added blueprint to queue. I guess it should probably pass back the original, like where you wanted to add it. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. So you'll get an index, or maybe you'll get the ID and the index back. Yeah, that way you have basically everything that you might want. Hey, clowns. Oh, why are they... Oh. Yeah, I don't know, EJ. That's a good question. It was probably so that I could eventually make them... Yeah, I don't remember. I might have had them as more verbose strings before. And Matson, thanks for following. Okay, well, we got 3 arguments here. Blueprint ID, index, and then the entire queue. So blueprint ID, index, and then the entire queue. All right. So we need to update the UI based on this. We have no way of doing this. You know, I wonder at the end of today, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to do this, like drag down here and actually update all of this stuff, but I think it's going to take the whole day. Well, that's how coding works. Cutting edge hipster Noom stuff. Everything I do is cutting edge hipster stuff. So to do, update the UI so that the blueprint is now in the queue. Like, this isn't so bad. It's if we want to add in animations that it becomes a little bit harder. So for right now, I guess we can just dispatch an action through our Redux store that will put an icon into the queue. All right. This is a programming language. I need to Twitch emotes. So dispatch the new queue to Redux. And then we need to read it from Redux. So that's fine, that's fine. All right, let's start to do this. So where should this go? This is in game somewhere. What reducers do we have? Let's take a look at those. So we're just gonna search for this in the code base. And here are all of our reducers now. So my player reducer, what is that? Oh, it's what's got your ID. probably not necessary. Lobby, buff choice, salvage, workbench, select bot bay, buff summary, chat messages, game phase, team score, inventory, leaderboard, blockly, bot config. Bot config is the closest one. Set can deploy, set bot. What is this used anywhere in the entire code base? Bot config, I think, is dead code. Warning text for block. I don't think that's used either. I don't think any of this stuff is used. Oh man. What? Okay, I don't think this is necessary. All right. Well, let's maybe write that as dead code. Hey, Risa. Dead code. Yeah, all of that should be unnecessary. Alright, I think we'll make a new reducer. I think we'll call this the bot queue reducer. No, it's got to have what's currently in the arena too. Darn it. Alright, well we need to make a new one, so let's copy paste this. And let's call this the I don't know what to call this, like in-game footer reducer? That would be a ridiculous name for this. So, okay, here's what it'll contain. It'll contain what's in your queue, so blueprint queue, which we should probably call that the blueprint queue, because it's more than bots. Blueprint queue. And then add blueprint to queue. I think I called the return value of that the wrong thing. Yeah, I did. Could there be something like a map, like walls that could block your shots and bots? I hate Dodge Whale. Yeah, there could be, Ryza, but it doesn't actually make the game more interesting, I think. So in a game where you manually control your units, then yes, there is now a different element you need to work around. But in an automation game, you'll just copy paste a script that someone else wrote that deals with walls. So I don't know how much more interesting it makes the game. Like, sure, if you don't have the script, then I guess you need to work around it, but is that fun? Like, I don't think it would be. Yeah, so this is fine. Over here, it's got the blueprint queue, and I guess it's got the deployed bots. We could call this the in-game reducer, but that just sounds like a... Yeah, let's just call it that for now. Or, yeah. So, in-game initial state. So we'll have the blueprint queue, which will just contain nothing, and deployed bots, which will just contain nothing. So, pretty simple. And this will probably be an object. In fact, let's just get rid of that for right now. But blueprint queue, I want that to stay there. I don't know if I want anything more than that here. So then there's the in-game reducer. Yeah, this is set to that. That was a top-down survival game. So set blueprint queue. We got to do this in such a way that it follows. What am I even trying to say here? It follows Redux paradigms. So we have this combine. Where is that? This thing is used everywhere. This. Okay, so this part's fine. Now we need action temp. We need to say something like set blueprint queue. Batch is greater than JavaScript? I don't think I agree with that. Alright. So there we go. Now in the reducer, this is where we finally set this thing. We could just say that the blueprint queue is the new blueprint queue. I don't know if this is a bad idea though. Let's go look at the other initial states that we have. Where else do we use an array of something? Columns. Yeah, we just assign it completely. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we've got this. Now the thing that needs to use this is of course in-game, and it should pass all this information down. So we say in-game state. Alright, and in the footer we're going to say blueprint queue equals, I called it bot queue, didn't I? Should not have done that. Although that is a new class, so I could probably rename that. I'll just make a before checking in kind of thing. Oh, what happened here? Before checking in, consider renaming bot queue to blueprint queue. All right. So now we have this footer. Now here's where we can finally probably do some things in here. We pass this into here. Blueprint queue equals this dot props dot blueprint queue. And then in here, what we can do is at the very least just put this dot props dot that. Okay, so let's try this out. I think it should be working end to end. I probably need to restart something. I just don't totally know what. I got to figure out the minimum possible things to restart. Or I tell the overseer to wipe out everything on the game server cluster. So I need a way to be able to restart the game server quickly, which means I should probably make an admin API on the overseer to do this. That way I can restart it and not have it be in the overseer's data structures already. Hey, does anyone mind answering? Do I have transcode options right now? Because like a bunch of weird stuff just happened to my view count. I don't know if that was an indication that I got them. Yeah, so this is gonna break, right? This in particular is definitely going to break because I have no idea where this thing was supposed to come from. Router action. What is going on here? Yeah, it just doesn't exist. Oh well. How did that happen? Alright, also I gotta... Alright, let's try restarting this. Not to find a pub subtopic for added blueprint to queue. Develop botland using batch? I don't even think that's possible. I should develop it by making batch scripts that produce JavaScript and then run all the JavaScript. Yeah, so that this is weird. Pub subtopics. It's added blueprint to queue. This exists right here. What is this thing complaining about? Router action info, network constant 52. Pub subtopic. Yeah. Yeah, super helpful, huh? Says a network constant. Okay, how should I have done this? Because I did break this. So I guess artillery impact. Let's go look at that. Constants, pub subtopics. Aha, here. Okay, there's that. And then I should have added it over here to be... Oh, and I never added this. Okay, that's the problem. So we just needed to say here, added blueprint to queue. Got it. I think that should work. So wait. There. Throw sanity error. Where's that coming from? What, because I didn't include this? Oh no, okay. Hey Fuzimi. Hey Programmer D. Set blueprint queue is not defined. Oh right, it isn't. I forgot to include it. There we go. H per minute. The stream is buffering? Yeah, that's actually on my end. I've dropped a bunch of frames. Oh, finally. Okay, great. So now let's see. Did the overseer wipe out this thing? Yes, removing it from our data structures. So now we restart this. And hopefully everything works just fine. Hey, cool. That actually did work. Okay, so let's try this. Up. Up. Telling the server to add 1 to the queue. Oh, that just happens, you know, an infinite number of times. That's fine. Okay, well, we're going to need to fix that. Fix the bug where after dropping the bot onto the queue, we continually spam the server. And also, we don't seem to be getting a response from the server when we add something to the queue. I should put some printouts at least, but I'll be right back. I gotta go use the bathroom. Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah, so a couple things I gotta do to fix this. Getting no response part of this would come in. Well, no, the getting no response part would be, I would just be able to do debug main dot debug store dot get state dot in game reducer. Yeah, and this is set to nothing right now. But there should be added blueprint to queue. This is telling the, oh, wait a second, is that the problem here? Oh, that is the problem. I named these functions the same thing. So this should be instead like successfully added blueprint to queue. Yeah. And I never even dispatched the state, so there's no possible way this could have worked. Do we have plans for Botland day 200? So a while ago I told you guys that, what was it, like on the 1500 follower mark or something, I had made some big plans and then I'd had to put them off because they would have taken too long. Well, there's way too much work right now, so I don't think I can do the big plans that I'd originally planned. Instead, you guys got like April Fool's jokes, and that was it. So no, I don't know if I can do that. I think right now we're going to be in crunch mode for a little while. And despite that the stream might not reflect that, I'm going to be working after hours and for much longer than I normally do. So, yeah. I don't think we can do it. What is this? Set blueprint queue. More Minecraft. Minecraft was fun, but it dropped off so quickly. Store.dispatch set blueprint queue to entire queue. Excuse me. Okay, and then we can say here console.log got successfully added to queue. Okay, let's try it. So this is going to spam this thing like 600 times as it did before. But hey, that worked. Check it out. So now everything you drag onto here, I don't know if you guys can even read that, but it says 179. So yeah, this is, excuse me, this is working. However, like I said, it's probably happening a lot of times. No, it's not. But we tell him to do it a lot of times? What happened here? Well, before, when I did this, it was happening like 600 times in a row. That apparently stopped. Huh. Yeah, and then it returns null, and that's a problem. Okay, so we gotta stop that. If it ever returns null, that means don't just treat it as an error. So if entire queue not util.exists. So this would be like logger.error. It's not necessarily success. I guess that's the point here. So this would be like server added blueprint to queue. Hey Tom Servo, how you doing? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. This function isn't necessarily called on success. If entire queue is null, it means an error occurred, e.g. the queue was full. But it shouldn't really matter to us because the client should be able to prevent those errors in the first place. Okay, so there are a few parts that could be next here. One is, so I don't think this was ever even a bug. I'm just going to get rid of this. This is not a bug either. So before checking in, yeah, consider renaming. I think the next thing is when blueprints are in your queue, show icons for them. So this part, we have bot queue. The only thing we need is like some sort of icon showing here, indicating that you dragged it onto the queue. Now, at some point, we need to be able to differentiate between these because otherwise you won't know where something is in the queue. So maybe we have like a landmine to represent IDs that are odd and a bot to represent IDs that are even. That would probably make the most sense for right now. So we'd make like a bot queue icon, bot queue icon.js. We probably are going to rename this. So bot queue icon. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of all of this. Man, and having order when you drag this, if I just know what the child index of this is, that would be great. Then I guess I need to figure out where the brackets are currently lining up. So yeah, a lot of this is straightforward enough logic. It's just one difficult part and then a whole lot of plumbing through the code base. So we don't need any of this or this. What we do need is an icon here. I guess we have a class as well. So fine. Styles dot. The UI is awesome, but it's too white. There's like no white in the UI right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I think what you're talking about is the UI before you actually enter a game. So this is not final. This is like the functionality and the layout is mostly final. I mean, not some of this. There's some glitches still, but for the most part, It was just that I was trying to get done. Not like, yes, here's definitely what it will look like when we launch. But it's way more functional than the first UI was. And I very much appreciate that about this. It's nice to be able to customize your bots without having to type things in. And then, yeah, you can edit scripts. I worked on a lot of this stuff already. No, I'm talking about that PDF. Okay. Yeah. And like I said, the PDF isn't supposed to be the final thing either. So bot queue icon, we're going to put an image here. There we go. And now the source of the image is going to be based on what it is that we're trying to show here. Also, I guess there's going to be drag handlers on this. It's going to be annoying. Hand door. Do we want a style on this? I don't think so. We will eventually. We'll need one. Okay, so we'll just say const image to use equals this dot props dot blueprint ID %2 equals 0 question mark bot. Otherwise, what are the other ones even called? There's bot, and we can just say enemy mine or friendly mine. It doesn't really matter. Enemy mine sounds good. Yeah. Okay. And then we can just use this image to use in here. So source equals need one more of those. What am I doing wrong right now? Oh yeah, this is in the wrong place. Okay. All right, great. I think that's good. Okay, so now I think the blueprints I had was like what, 1, 5, 6, 7, 9. So I need to drag the second one and the third one for this to work, and I need bot queue icons there anyway, and that doesn't exist yet. So let's go do that. So bot queue, let's open that up. And this needs bot queue icon. So import bot queue icon from bot queue icon. And then in here, we're gonna do this dot props dot blueprint queue dot map blueprint ID. Let's just take a look at how I did this before. Yeah, this is a good way of doing this. What do you think about monogame? Do you think I should use it? I'm basically asking you if there's something better. Monogame. Have I used this? What is this supposed to be? Like a 2D version of Unity, basically? I mean, you should try it out, sure. I think if you're doing something 2D and this makes sense and it works for you, then awesome. Wait, what was that last picture? That looked like Fez, which I don't think was made using monogame. How do I show the last picture? Huh. And the other thing is, play some of these games that already exist here and see if they do the kinds of things you want to do. XNA, but updated by the community. Huh. Okay, so I copy pasted this, right? So we go into bot queue now. We're gonna take this same structure. So this will be here, this will be here. This will be bot queue icon. We just have a key and we have a blueprint ID. And that's it, right? I think that's it. Yeah, cool. Okay. And then this does need a style on it. So class name equals styles.botQueue.icon. Now I'm going to throw this into botQueue.less. And we're going to say that this is, so this has flex auto. This also has display flex, and it has flex direction of row. This has flex auto as well. I think that should be it. Let's try it out. It'll be pretty interesting if this works. Let's try it. So we drag this here, and look, we got a landmine, then we drag this here, and we got a bot. And you can keep dragging stuff, and then it looks like it doesn't work after that. That part's not good. Huh, how did that happen? We ended up with only 2 bot queue icons. Oh, because they have the same key, that's why. I did not think of that. So we need to use the index here. So this will turn into index. Yeah. Huh, clever. Okay, let's try that now. So now if we drag the same thing multiple times, what? What's going on? Are there no game servers? What, finished a game? 2 out of 2 game servers are ready for games. How does it think I'm in the queue right now then? Did something break? No. What? What? I don't know what happened there. If I hit play, oh, come on. Number of players in the queue. So just made a match, and it apparently told me about it. Something's going wrong. I just don't know what it is. Maybe pusher is failing? Just refresh the page. No, everything just broke. Weird. Okay, well, we gotta figure that out now. I think I coded this, just need to test it. So bug, the matchmaker doesn't seem to be putting me into games. Huh. Also, chat's been a lot, I think, quieter than it has been in past months. I wonder what's going on. Do you guys have any feedback for the stream? Pie Guy says, so I see most of you guys here in chat already know a language, but what do you suggest as a good way for a beginner to learn a language for basic game development? So Pie Guy, I suggest Python. And I also will give you a caveat there that it doesn't really matter what you learn at first. If you end up liking game development, then your first language will be just that, the first. And you'll end up learning a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth. And at that point, it won't really matter what language you're using anymore. So that's why I don't think it matters what you start with. So you might as well just pick Python. That's my view on all of this. With that said, you could also just say, oh, well, then I'll pick Java. And you'd be totally fine. That would be awesome. But I think you could run into analysis paralysis with the first decision you make, and just go with Python. It'll simplify things. Wow. Yeah, I guess that's true. So the matchmaker doesn't seem to be putting me into games. How is that happening? Player 1 will be free to play other games. So right now, the matchmaker doesn't think I'm even in the queue, does it? Player IDs in queue. No, no one. And yet the client thinks I'm in the queue, which means this could be a pusher problem, because I'm not being told that the game started. Yeah, I'm not being told the game started. That's the problem. So bug, the client isn't being told that the game started. Okay, where should they be told? Somewhere in pusher code. So setup pusher, here it is. Let's put a breakpoint here. Alright, see if I got. Let me know if you have any questions about that, by the way. Code Academy, Python, really anything you're trying to learn there. Already exists. So make a new pusher. About on connected. So do we get connected to this thing? We do. And then things just fail after that. Alright, so pusher's not broken, but something's preventing. Oh, now we're in a game. Okay, great, whatever. Oh, check it out. We can drag 5 things onto our queue now. Perfect. And then when we try dragging a 5th thing, something bad happens. What? is that? Oh, I never finished writing that function. I just wrote logger.error and I never put anything in parentheses. Yeah, so just consider this to be an error. Okay, nice. Nice. So this is like the most basic add to queue. We don't have a way of adding to a particular position. And like I said, I think that's going to be really difficult. And you'll want to have a preview of where you're going to add it. Yeah, I think this will be hard to do. I wonder if Interact.js has something like this for us. Because do they have any concept of like rearranging elements when you drag to something? I could make a grid in there and then, no, that's a bad idea too, I think. Changing drop zones. And did I say rearranging the queue? Yeah. And then after all this is done, after the game starts, make sure the game server is pulling from the queue, and then consuming or not consuming it. Like I said, there's going to probably be race conditions there. Yeah, I don't know a good way to do this. Like, I could figure out the position where I let go on this thing. And so let's say I figure out that it's like right there. I need to iterate over the things that are already here, find their positions, and then figure out where I put this. But I also probably want that to affect drag order. Oh, this is going to be... All right, whatever. I should check in what I've done and then allow that other thing to work. Show icons first, so this part's done. Before checking in, consider renaming this. I think that's a good idea. I need a way to be able to restart the game server quickly. Yeah, that'd be nice. Add to empty bot queue. So add bot to a particular position. I just don't think it's going to be easy. Okay, let's check in what I've done. So before checking in, consider renaming bot queue to blueprint queue. Yeah, I think that's a better idea. So let's call this blueprint queue.js. And let's call bot queue icon blueprint queue icon. Now let's go rename basically everything in there. So bot queue, basically all of this. So let's search for just this casing. There. So there. Selected blueprint queue. So blueprint queue. Okay, there we go. Now where else do we use the word bot? There's going to be blueprint queue icon. Bot queue. Blueprint queue. Blueprint queue. Blueprint queue. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that one's done. Now what about this? Basically just replace the word bot with blueprint everywhere. Except for there. Okay, and then bot queue.less, we save this as blueprint queue.less. Open up all.less, go find bot, replace it with blueprint. Replace all of these things with blueprint. There. Okay, now let's delete the old files. So bot queue can be done away with. And same thing over here, bot queue and bot queue icon can be done away with. Okay, and now I just search for this and we should have one place. Cool. All right, now hopefully that built and still works. I think renaming it was a good idea, but obviously it's only a good idea if it functions, and something's wrong here. Yeah, this is that matchmaker issue. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I couldn't remove myself from the queue because I wasn't in it. This is really bad. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I think it's working fine. Okay. Well, that's adding. So yeah, now we just have to check it in. All right, so clean up code. So we'll lint the code and we'll lint the CSS as well. Property ordering, man, I hate this error. Should just auto fix this for me. Okay, unexpected console statement. Yep, don't care about that. Unexpected console statement there too. Don't care. Underscore is not defined. Yeah, that's technically true. And underscore is not defined there either. Also technically true. Okay, so linting the CSS is done and linting the code should be done. We're going to see a ton of changes. Yeah, okay. So this doesn't count. This does count. Do I need that? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, this stuff needs to be commented. This is called when you add a blueprint to the queue, not when, you know what, this doesn't need to exist here. But whatever, not when, yeah. All right, so that's a number and it doesn't return anything. But then there's successfully added, server added, excuse me. So let's join all of these lines, copy it. Ooh, that was a mistake. Hang on a second. Okay, there we go. Let's paste that in there. So the blueprint ID, the number is currently not even defined. And then the entire queue is an array of numbers. And we don't use anything other than this. All right, so main now looks good. Yeah. All right, what else? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yep. Okay, in-game footer has changed drastically. So let's read through all these comments too. So if true, you're currently dragging a blueprint. This always refers to the last blueprint that we dragged. The reason why we don't null this out when we're done dragging is because we order drop events. Yep. Yep. All this looks good. Yeah, cool. All right, nice. All right, also looks good. We now have another reducer there. So we had to add the reducer. We need to add it here too. We need to comment that blueprint initial state, or no, in-game initial state. Yeah, this is an array of numbers. The blueprints that are in your queue. Also, if you delete a blueprint, which I don't think you're allowed to even do in the game, which you're probably not even allowed to do, then it should remove it from the queue. As you can no longer queue it, it's not going to do anything. Okay, what else is left with this? So deployed bots, let's just get rid of that because we don't, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. Set up React, looks good. This part we're gonna need to just uncomment, I guess. Or take it out completely. That's fine, but why are there two changes here? Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good, but it has weird spacing. Yep, that's good. As a blueprint to a, see it, Riza, excuse me. I was trying to type and say that at the same time. Adds a blueprint to a player's queue. So we have a player, a number, and the index at which the player wants to add the blueprint. All right, So what we got to say here is, well, for one, I think we should put this here. And then we needed to do ensure that this player owns the specified blueprints. Because otherwise what they could do is they could just provide random values here. And if it happens to be a value that someone else on their team has, which is something they would be able to figure out, and this is if they cared and they wanted to hack things and I didn't prevent against it, then they'd be able to deploy a blueprint with hardware that they don't have, which is really not even such a big deal. And eventually I'd figure out that that's the case and I'd stop it. But I have this to-do item here for now, so we will have to fix this later. But I'm at least aware that there's a gap there in the logic. Yeah, so this is fine. Yeah, and eventually this is going to take in an index. I think the rest of this is pretty straightforward. Constants, yeah, I should go comment these. Sent by the client when adding a blueprint to the queue. That's pretty straightforward. Sent by the server when confirming that the player added a blueprint to their queue. Yeah, fine. Okay, we just want an extra space there too. Cool, we're not checking this in. So let's copy paste this out of here. Yeah, use other text block. Nice. Okay, cool. Subtopics looks good. Also looks good. And there are now 3 new files here. Blueprint queue. This represents the blueprint / bots that will be deployed into the arena if one of your current ones dies. Yeah, man. Finding that index, I bet this is going to take me like 2 hours and it's going to be really frustrating. There's got to be some easier way to do this because every drag library has something like this where you can, where are their examples? I'll show you guys what I want to do. Yeah, this. Like they have a way for you to just rearrange this. And this would be the perfect UI. This is exactly what I want. And if I really wanted, I could use exactly this library for this one particular instance of dragging stuff around, but I don't think that's a good idea. I think I should use one library to handle all of this stuff. There's also React Dragula, which supports at the very least, I think that, yeah. I wonder how they did this. Man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out. All right, well, whatever. So then the last one is this. This is just fine for now. For now, just provide some easy way of differentiating which blueprints you added to the queue since we don't have cosmetics yet. That's going to be a whole other can of worms. But that'll be done in July. Okay, yeah, that's everything. So let's lint one more time. You can now drag blueprint icons. Actually, wait a second. You can also do this, which I just realized. If I join a game, oh man, why does joining games does not work. Anyway, you could drag this edit button on here too, and it'll act like you dragged the bot that corresponded to that. But that's fine. Whoa, what? What is going on here? I guess single player is working. Wow, I don't remember any of this. Or at least I thought I broke this. Apparently not. Wow. Well, this is what the game's eventually going to look like. That's pretty cool. And so yeah, you'll be able to click bots in the arena, and then they'll get highlighted over here. Wow. Hey, Wheatley. Oh, that's kind of cool. So multiplayer is broken. Single player is actually broken too, because you can't interact with this. It's cool to see. All right, so you can now drag blueprint icons from the blueprint selector onto the in-game footer, onto the blueprint queue in the in-game footer. This contacts the game server, and the game server will actually add to a data structure on its end, but it still doesn't ever result in deploying bots. Do you use Webpack and Gulp Task for it, or do you just use Gulp for scripts? Can you share your configs? So yeah, I use Webpack, and there's nothing really particularly interesting about this, so I think I can share it. Right, is there anything that's private in here? No, I think this is all fine. So yeah, I can share my Webpack config. This isn't anything special, like I said. It's a lot of like cobbled together stuff. So you don't necessarily even want to use this, but there's that. And then I do use Gulp, and I use it for various, like I use it for deploying, I use it for linting, and I use it for watching some files in some places. I don't think any of my Gulp files are really worth sharing. They're like, yeah, if you have a particular task you want to know about, I can share that out, I guess, but the files themselves are just messes. Okay, so you can now drag blueprint icons into the blueprint queue. This contacts the game server, and the game server will actually add it to the data structure, but it doesn't. Yeah. Also, all additions to the queue take place. What is it, on the right side of the queue? What do I want to say here? Oh, I think I made a mistake, didn't I? Something needs to contact the game server here. Wait a second. Then that means, let's try this out. Simulation server is a game server. So instead of that window.alert that I put here, I should just be able to say this dot add blueprint to queue .args. No, this dot your player .args. Aha. Let's try that out. This might work. So we play a game, we refresh the page, that way we actually get into the game. Cool. So the game is eventually going to end. I want to test something before that. If we add, we're always adding to the right of the queue, yeah. So now the game ends and we're in a single player match, but I can still add to the queue? No, I can't. Wow. Can't say that happens too frequently, but I know why. It's because we want to call into the super class here. I wonder how you do that, because I don't know if I've actually done this before. What's going on right now? Waiting for NP. Oh, no, it's done. Okay, great. So class, base, constructor, whatever, test, console.log, base, class, child, extends base, constructor, super, test, console.log, child, var c equals new child, c.test. So this should print out child, it does. But what I want to do is have this call into the base class now. So can I say just super.test here? Oh, that was easy. Done. Let's try that again now. No problem, Dennis. Okay, so here we, whoa, that actually put me into the game. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So we just gotta wait. Yeah, Dennis, I just never got around to setting that up. That's the only reason why. Okay, nice. This actually is working. All right, so not bad. Also, all additions to the queue are done on the right side of the queue, i.e. you can't choose the position. Yeah, and Cryptic Cow, and I've done this too. Oh wait, this dot super. Never mind. All right, I was gonna say I've done this before. I just didn't feel like looking at my code. Also, am I not following you? I'm not. Follow. Huh. I don't know if I knew you were a streamer at first. Because if somebody streams, then I usually try to follow them. Huh. Oh well. Now I'm following you. Hey, Lepko. Lepko, I used your command again today. Oh, I don't have... Oh, yep, there it is. Lepko Loki. By the way, in case anyone's wondering, that command is literally make dir, like, foo, cd foo. So, I should have named it something that's not Lepko necessarily, but I haven't done that. Luculus, you're already following me. Okay, so we need to change the times on these things. Let's paste this in. Well, let's just paste in the part that matters, I guess. There. All right. Oh, for you. Thanks for the host. So add bot to a particular position in the queue. Yeah, like I said, I don't think this is going to be easy because I want a little preview icon there so that when you went to drag from here down to this area, you would see where you're about to put it. Now, one of the things that'd be really nice here is just cutting this out entirely. So there basically won't be a game time. There. Before you raid, huge host. Yeah, Hudson, I know. We're going to need to change team colors just for that reason. Or the timer color, I guess. Yeah. And this is only testable to a certain point because after you've hit the point where you have 5 bots in your queue, there's no removing them. Maybe I should work on that first then. Yeah, remove. Yeah, that's what I should do. Let's do that first. That makes way more sense. Allow removal from the queue. This is add drag listeners to bot blueprint queue icon. And any amount of drag will just remove them and it'll tell the server about it. So if you try, how does this work? If you try removing from the queue and you, yeah, I think this could be fine. Let's go. I think it would be like negative money, which means that I'm actually spending money doing this because of the amount of times I show you that I do it. So add drag listeners for this. I like this. I like that I'm going to work on this right now. So let's go figure it out. You gotta basically copy everything I just did. Hey, Louie. I don't usually see you as much in stream anymore. Yeah, so we gotta copy all these things. So added blueprint to queue. All right, well, let's take care of it. So there's gonna be removed blueprint from queue. Oh, add and remove. Removed. Wow, good job, Otter. This looks really nice. What program did you use to make this? Huh. Good job, though. Are you programming on a potato? 4 gigahertz. Overclocked potato. Alright, let's do this. So I have add and remove. We're now going to add added and removed. You ready for this? English. There. So now I can switch this from added and removed if I want. Alright, so that's done. So added blueprint to queue. Remove blueprint from queue. Oh, whoops. This has to be... Oh, whoops. It's not removed to queue. It's removed from queue. Of course. Okay, so then I need to go revise this as well. There we go. How does that not exist up here? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, good. So there's add blueprint to queue. We can wrap this function to... so we can select this and then go over to to, change it to from. Removes a blueprint from... There's queue. So this is not the ID. We don't need the ID here at all. We just want the index at which they are trying to remove. Wow. Well, good job, Walter. It's pretty good. So blueprint queue equals remove from index. Ensure that this player owns... We don't need to do that. Are you adding all the tenses? No, I'm not. So this will be removed from queue, player, index, blueprint. You could pass in the blueprint ID, I guess, as just a verification purpose. Like, hey, I'm removing index 0. If you don't think that it's blueprint ID number 4, then don't let it work. But we're returning the blueprint queue anyway, so I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, what next? This. Player add blueprint to queue and server add did. Alright, so this is removing a blueprint from the queue is going to be 53. And this will be 54. Okay, just another many of these to finish. And then this one. Okay. I think we should be good, right? There's still more. And this is the one part I don't like about this system that I wrote. I think there was probably a better way to do all of this. It's a little too late now in that I don't have the time to do it. Okay, so there's that. Now we need to make sure that we're sending all of these handlers in the correct place. So we have added blueprint to queue. We're also going to make removed blueprint from queue index. And then all we do is we route this all the way over to the other side. All right. Setup React has added blueprint to queue, removed blueprint from queue, and that is put where exactly? In game. On add to queue, on remove from queue. In game footer should just pass that along. Oops, what am I doing? That'll be amazing if this works. Looks way better than the previous version. Yeah, it does look better than the previous version. Huh. Okay, and then blueprint queue just needs to use this. So on add to queue is here. Yeah, so now we need to make these things draggable, or the icon should be draggable, I guess. And as soon as they're dragged, we just remove them. But let's finish hooking up the rest of this. So connection manager has what, added to queue? one of the ones you just added, you did on remove from queue? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. What's the Chrome extension you use for image zooming? I don't actually know what it is. Extensions. It's called Image Zoom. Did that work? Well, let me know if that link works. I think that's good. Okay, so we have this whole thing about blueprints here. Yeah, add blueprint to queue. Remove from. So now that's hooked up to the game server. We have remove from, and now we just need this in server player.js. So we have add index. So if this dot blueprint queue dot length is less than or equal to 0, then return null, which means it doesn't work. Otherwise, we'll do this dot blueprint queue dot splice index. That's not the word splice. Splice index 1 and return this dot blueprint queue. Right, and that is how you remove things from an array. A equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A dot splice 2, comma 1. We should have 1, 2, 4, 5. Yes, we do. Cool. And we didn't need to actually say A equals that, because it mutates the array. You know, EJ, I didn't write this caveat down, and I didn't say this probably explicitly, but I meant this. I know that June technically ends on Thursday, but when I said all of June, what I meant is like the work weeks that involve June. So that gives me July 1st, an extra day, but I wasn't ever considering it to be extra. This is all, no, not excuses already. I totally had this in mind. I'm baby raging left and right now. So, and then this is the stuff that's going to happen hopefully by the end of Friday. So the in-game UI, so updating and editing blueprints and scripts, queuing bots, viewing bots, the leaderboard buffs, the salvage UI that we have that's out of the game. And then this is not even a goal, getting cosmetic stuff to work. So for example, right now, when you go into the game and you connect, okay, do this. When you go to edit a blueprint, there's this whole section over here for editing cosmetics. That is not going to happen until July. So that's it. I'm still aiming for it. This is why I've been putting in more work than normal. All right, so this is all hooked up. The only thing we don't have are those drag listeners. So hardware inv item, that's not even correct. Hardware loadout contains somethings. What are the somethings? Hardware slots. And this has like the world's simplest drag listener on this? No, it doesn't, because I'm in the wrong class. So I shouldn't have named two different things hardware slot. You guys just wait, okay? You just wait. Wait until Friday. You'll all see. Actually, here, let me add some drama to this. There. This reflects my mood. Wait, well, why did I not change the back white? Yeah, there it is. And as long as we're at it, max brightness. Alright, so we're going to do all of this stuff inside the bot queue icon. What was that? Oh, I see. Okay, cool. So let's put this here. So on drag move, if it's not editable, don't let you do it. That doesn't make any sense. Pointer is down, interacting, drag, current. Cool, okay, that all makes sense. Yeah. So this dot props to on delete. Yep, sounds good. Drag move, that stuff's fine. That's fine. That is also fine, I guess. Okay, so the only thing, oh man, it changed back to normal. Except for this one. This is still orange. So in the blueprint queue, we don't pass an on delete into this thing. on delete equals this dot props dot on remove from queue. Okay, let's try it out. It's possible that I did everything right the first time, and it's very unlikely. Well, let's do it. So we drag this down. I already broke it. Okay, great. Well, that's worth a shot. It's because of this thing. This should have never been here. This is the Q icon, I guess. So we replace that here, and we look for the word hardware anywhere else, and it doesn't exist. So all right, that was one attempt. This is now the second attempt. So let's see. Oh, I forgot interact. Okay, so that was the second attempt. This is gonna be the third attempt. Okay, now we drag it out. Oh, it almost works. It's so close. It's a thing of beauty. Alright, that was what, the third attempt? So now this is the first attempt. So it's only taken us one try so far, guys. We're pretty close. So on delete should have been passed in. And we're going to pass this in from blueprint Q. There it is. This dot props dot on remove from Q. Blueprint Q is in the in-game footer, which has this. Dot props dot removed from Q. And in-game passes that in. No, that's wrong. Whoop. Yeah, this should have been named this way. Okay. So I think this is attempt number 4. Let's try it out. So we drag this here, we drag it out. Never defined a function for undefined. Huh, well, something's undefined. Oh, right, I never coded that. Okay. So, chose buff. Where does that come from? Right. So here. Is that it? Apparently. Alright, this is like attempt number 5, I think. So close. Come on. What? What happened here? What did happen here? Yeah, these weren't ever set up. How did I miss these? How did I miss these? So this is removed from queue, which I guess the simulation server is going to need, because otherwise it's going to be broken, and this is also removed from queue. Too bad. Also, what am I even doing here? I don't need this. Oh, yes I do, because it needs to inject your player object into it. Supposedly a huge Twitch announcement in 20 minutes. I hope they highlight my channel. In this huge announcement, man takes 6 attempts to get code working. I don't know if that worked. Did it? Did it? Oh, no, that's still draggable. What's going on? What, the pub sub went away? Player index is undefined. Index was never passed in here. Uh-oh. They're probably adding a new emote or something. IvyAlex says, are you using Node.js? Yes, I am. Yeah. Or what, IvyAlex? Okay, what am I doing wrong here? I'm not passing in an index when you oh, right, that's right. I'm not. Oh. This calls on delete, but it doesn't know what index it is in the queue. and it should be told what index it is. Blueprint Q icon. This dot props dot index in Q. And thanks, Ivy Alex, for following. Is dot 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 args the same as arguments or some weird ES6 thing? It's a weird ES6 thing. What it means is if you have a function like foo, like you want to take an x, y, and then, you know, whatever else, then you can do this. And then you can call it with, like, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the variable that's, you know, and 9, whatever. And so these dot 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 args would be these 3 arguments. So you've only said, oh, I want to name these couple, and then whatever's remaining, I want to still take in, and just I don't care how many there are. Okay, so indexing Q needs to be passed into this thing now. So we have blueprint Q. So we're going to say indexing Q equals index. And that index I really hope starts with the number 0. I can't imagine why it would start with 1. So let's try this out. So connect, join, cool. What is going on? Do I need to restart the game server? I do. What is going on here? All right, let's go restart the game server. So game server has failed 1 health check, which is less than 2, so ignoring this for now. All right, we should probably make health checks happen way more frequently, so I don't need to wait 30 seconds for this thing. Modules, overseer, endpoint monitor. What is it? Yeah. Check health of non-critical endpoints. Let's just have it check the health of them every 1 second. Okay, so now when we restart this, so you're just using it in places with no named args just for consistency, or is there a reason for it in those places versus arguments? So the reason I'm using it in those particular places that you see is because the whole point of this class, this is called the simulation server. When you're playing single player, there is no server to connect to because it's a single player game, right? But there's a simulated server that needs to route all of these commands through. And what it does is it injects your player object into it. So what I'm saying here is, okay, remove blueprint might take in an ID, it might take in an index, it might take in something else. I don't care about any of that. You take all those arguments and just put them after your player and just pass them through as is. So that way I can change the definition of this. So remove blueprint from Q might say, it might look like this. It might say blueprint ID and index. And so dot 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 args will let me change this to say, oh wait, no, I don't need index anymore. Instead I need, like, I don't know, something else and some other thing after that. And now thanks to dot 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 args, I can update this function without changing anything in this wrapper class. All right, so we restarted that. I don't know why this keeps happening. I gotta, like, make this thing disappear completely, and we're not there yet. Yeah, this. What is going on? Route socket on event. This should be. What? What are the args here? 0. Yeah, that would just be the index is 0, but then it can't. What is going on when I do this? All right, we're gonna need a breakpoint in this thing. Let's go to blueprint icon.js on delete. Yeah, we're gonna put a breakpoint right here. Indexing Q is 0, that's totally fine. So now we go up to here. We dispatch a remove from Q, that's set, and our index is set. So we go into here. And now dispatch is going to go through all of these and try to match it to a particular function. Do we have that function? Yes, it's remove blueprint from Q. Cool, so we just call that function, right? What is this that I'm looking at? Oh, it's dot 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 args. but it's the transpiled code, so this is not supposed to make sense. But this is. So we call into this, and now we have the index of 0, and the player is set. Okay, so we remove that. Then we route only to removed blueprint from queue. Player index blueprint queue. Yeah, that's all right. What's going on then? Hub subtopic. Removed blueprint from queue. Fair args. Yeah, this is all fine so far. So well, where does this break? It breaks down here. Like just lower in the function. There's no subscription on this. That's why. I think I get it. Oh, did I just never add this? Server removed blueprint from queue. Oh, I just never added it. Oh man, alright, fine. This is what I should have done. Index entire queue. There. Okay, let's try that out now. This is attempt number like 10 or something, but whatever. So we drag something onto the queue, we drag that thing off of the queue. It didn't crash. What is going on though? Why doesn't that thing get deleted? I guess we need to tell. Whoa. What? Okay, now it's getting deleted. Yeah, what? What happens if you tease a bear? I don't know. What happens? We call on delete. How is this any different from hardware slot? So as soon as you move a hardware slot, we call this.props.on delete. What does that equal? You barely escape. Well, that's better than barely getting mauled. All right, on remove from queue. We have this.delete slot, this.props.delete slot. Remove hardware. Oh, this needs to change something in Redux. Oh, dot. Yeah, man, what's the matter with me? Well, what, that thing would have been cloned? Why couldn't the bicycle stand up? Why encrypted cow? Oh, Early's, thanks for hosting me. And hi, all of Early's viewers. Early's, am I following you? Twitch.tv/Early's. I don't think I've ever seen you stream. Oh, I am following you. Huh. It was too tired. Yeah, I don't think I ever have seen you stream. Okay, well, today, for anyone who is curious, I'm working on getting the queue system in place. So this is when you're in a game, so I join a game, that you can drag any of your bots down onto this queue. Ignore the icons for right now. The icons are just made up. But I got it so that you can add them. I didn't get it so that you can remove them. That part is not working. Whoa, what's going on here? Drag this here, try to remove it. Oh wait, what? That part is working? What? That looks totally fine. That doesn't. Why did that happen? Blueprint icon. I guess because it has the same key. Oh, but no, we're going to run into this problem no matter what. They should basically just be random keys. That way we reconstruct these every single time. That's possibly not a good idea. But blueprint queue, I think I know what's happening here. Because this index is just an index, and it's not a combination of like index and a date or something like that, that we're going to run into problems here. we need to add the date because, well, I guess I'll write this in up here. Where should I write this? It should just be a comment here. See comment about key above. The reason why the icons need a key, this dot key equals random. Is that like a React.js thing you can actually do? UI is final. Yep, this. The order of the items can change. And yep, if any of those are true, you choose a key which identifies the items themselves rather than their position. Yeah, so the issue here is that if you just specify the key of an index, like 0, then React will, if you delete item 0 then, there will be a new item 0 there, and it'll think, oh, this thing didn't ever stop existing. But it did. So I'm basically going to lose all performance improvements here. Hey, Thrax. So it's basically summed up here. The reason why the icons need a key with randomness is summed up here. Okay, so let's try it out. So we hit play, we drag 2 items down here, and we remove the first. Can't even remove the first. What is going on? So we drag a few, we remove the first. Oh man, you can't do that because the date.now is going to give them a totally different thing. Oh, how are you supposed to do this in React then? I need some combination of index and blueprint ID. I guess the IDs need to be based on the array itself. Oh yeah. That's actually a really good idea. Oh, I didn't think of that. So we can take in the array here. Oh, check this out. Okay, so we do this. We do index plus. All right, I got this. Now the only issue here, well, there's going to be another issue, which is that you might be able to form these in a different way, right? Are you earning money with those games? No, not yet. There is a monetization plan for Botland, but I'm not making any money right now. So none from Twitch, none from YouTube, nothing else. So let's see here. If we came up with this as our key, so let's say we had a blueprint of like 1, and it's there multiple times. So this is our queue. So now the first one is identified by an ID of 1, an index of 0, and an array length of 2. So now if you were to remove it, the new one would be identified by 1, 0, 1, because now your array length changed. But I think the problem here is that like this 0 indicates basically nothing. I guess it's the array length that comes into play then. Okay, this should be fine. The reason why icons need like more complex keys than just an ID or an index is because the blueprint IDs are not unique, and when you remove an item, the index will change. React may not have a way of differentiating 2 items, which is actually still a problem, right? I guess we need some way to identify each individual item in here. No, I think we have that. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. All right, well, let's try it out. Maybe this works. And yeah, sure, you can link things. So let's wait for the game to end. Okay, great. So now we drag an icon down here. We drag another icon down here. We drag the first one away. Okay, that works. So we can correctly remove in that way. Now what happens if we drag the same one here multiple times? Now we can remove this one, remove this one. Okay, so it'll be harder to tell this way, but let's try it this way now. So we're gonna move the second one each time. Yeah. Okay, so that works. Now let's try to get it to work on the real server, which I might already have working. So let's set the pregame time to 20 seconds, and then we'll restart this. So I'm gonna restart, I guess, most of this, right? That and that. Okay, so let's try joining a game. We should have 20 seconds to test this out. Okay, good. So the time is set. So let's try dragging onto here and then removing. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. Well, I think we got removing working. Yep. Whoop. What? No. All I wanted to do was remove this thing. Oh, darn it. All right, now the testing time kind of ran out, huh? All right, well, let's try that again. I was trying to remove the last one. Okay, yeah, you guys couldn't see me start the drag, but you can see it now. I remove it, and it's fine. I remove the last one. Yeah, so the weird thing is, this is the entire div. So I can drag from here, and I'm still actually grabbing that particular thing. So that's just a polish thing. I can make it so that you have to drag from that element itself. Like the image. You might as well make it the image, right? I don't know. We'll figure that out. Yeah, let's make that the ref. There. Now you're forced to drag from the images, not from the entire div. So let's try it. Connect. An error occurred while attempting to join the game. Yeah, something like terribly wrong is going on here. Could not find a master matchmaker. Oh, that's solvable. We just restart the matchmaker. Okay, so we drag another one. Now we can't drag from here anymore. We have to drag from over here. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. This used to be such a popular meme. What is it, EJ? Let's read it together. Introducing cheering. Celebrate together. What? Okay, hang on. Let me read this. I'm like mesmerized by this thing. All right, so the moments we share on Twitch, the streamers who create them. Cheering is a new way to show support for streamers and celebrate the moments you love with the community. All right in chat. A cheer is a chat message that uses bits, which are evolving animated emotes that you can buy. Bits emotes can be used one by one, all at once, or anywhere in between. Bit emotes can be used anywhere in the chat by typing cheer followed by a number, cheer 33 or cheer 255. Is how it works. Wait, for the partner? It's only for partners? Wow. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's definitely a money grab. Twitch's answers to donating tokens. Well, they probably thought that once you're subscribed to a partner, there's no way for you to spend extra money. Okay, so this is done. Oh man, these two things are just so difficult. If only they were easy, then I could just say, oh yeah, I'll code it in 20 minutes and I'll just be finished with it. Well, let's check this in. They just want a cut of donations since they don't get anything from it. I don't understand why they don't have donations go through Twitch, like Twitch proper. They charge 3-4%, just some amount more than what PayPal charges, so they take a cut off the top. They provide some chargeback protection, and there, like, you're done, right? But it's probably not that easy. I wonder if they could also, yeah, I don't know. All right, we're gonna check this in. So I don't spend any money on Twitch. So I won't probably ever do this thing either. This is their way of trying to do that. I guess it makes sense, except for now instead of the streamer, wait, does the streamer get anything in here? In this system? I'm pretty sure in the blog post it's just the streamer gets like pretty emotes in their chat. Does he give them money? I don't know. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, the money goes to the streamer. Okay. I see, EJ. All right, then that's a good idea then. They able to cash out their bits. It sounds like it's just money in their account. Like the bits don't matter to a streamer. Although, what if you spent them in? I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's a way for the rich to get richer. For me to still make $0. Sorry, yeah. So we were linting this, and did I finish linting it? Yeah. Okay. So this was a lot of code changes to support what was essentially one function. Well, this is not going to get checked in. This is 2, but I need to add some more comments for this. Server removed C. Yeah, all right, there we go. So this is number, and this is the array of number, the entire queue. Doesn't return anything, doesn't need to. We also have removed. This is remove a blueprint from the queue, number. Twitch is on pay to win now. Okay. Yep, this stuff's all fine. Looks good, looks good, looks good. So a lot of these files are going to have like 2 lines of changes, 1 line of change, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't comment these functions, but I probably should. Blueprint from the queue. And it returns the queue, the updated queue. So this is adds a blueprint to the queue. So there's also the blueprint ID and the updated queue. Okay, looks good. I guess we cut this out again. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, so you can now remove a blueprint from your queue by dragging it off of the queue. This is properly hooked up to the game server. All right, and now there's just the problem of how do I add something at a particular position in the queue and show a little preview thing for it. Show a preview for this. change the drag handler so that it doesn't remove from the queue unless you're outside of the footer area. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then when I come back, I'll look into this. I don't know how easy it's gonna be to implement it though, but yeah. Either way, I'll be right back. Hey, Remy. And hey, Dead Ringer. Yeah, I think we'll have to see how these cheers work out. Because to me, it sounds like, yes, Twitch is just trying to get in on the donation cash flow, which, like, that's fine. They are providing this whole platform, right? And people can choose to just not use them. Okay, so let's take a look at whether someone's already kind of figured this out entirely. That'd be great. So let's look for sort or ordering or something like that. Snapping back on drop. Draggable underlying others element. What is this? What? No, this is not what I want. Okay, never mind. What did I miss that encrypted cow is responding to? It's a to-do plugin. Hey, Surfing Ninjas. What did I end up using for React drag and drop? I used something called Interact.js. So it's this site right here, interactjs.io. Sortable example. Yeah, this is what I want. This repo is mentioned. EZ-list. View demo. Well, this is for Angular, so it's not like this is going to help me or anything. Interact.dynamic drop? Huh, what's that? Building a nested sortable list with interact and having troubles resetting and refreshing drop zones. Huh. Yeah, I wonder what dynamic drop does. Does it even exist anymore? This was in 2014. You might have removed it. Dynamic drop. Now let's just look at their code. Set active drops. Oh man, this is gonna be annoying. Okay, this spotted and uploaded a few days ago. Huh, interesting. Man. Okay, so dynamic drop is one place to look into for this, I guess. One place to look into. And they suggested it from here. Sort of list. I'm planning to do something similar myself. Wait, what, Deadbringer? I mean, yeah, I was gonna say what Spurtman said. It literally is a cam site, right? I guess not, because you don't necessarily need a webcam at all. Whereas a campsite, you necessarily need a webcam, otherwise you're not a camera, I suppose. But I know what you're getting at. The connotation is going to be different, right? Anyone else mention something like this? Sortable ordering. Okay. Yeah. And I could look at how they made easy list. They just removed a bunch of emotes, really? What emotes did they remove? I'm looking for... No. I still see a bunch of them that I would have thought would have been the racist ones, just because of how people use them. Anyway, let's take a look at their code here. Easy.list. Where do they make this? I don't know Angular, but I guess it's here. And they use interact for this? Did they check width or height or anything like that here? How do they do this? Wait, what? I didn't even know there were emotes for that. How did I not see them? Oh, right. Oh, partner emotes. Yeah, people told me about this. That's why I was... Yeah, got it. Okay. Right. Okay, so this sounds like it's going to be annoying for me to do myself here. And I also don't know how dynamic drop even works. There's... Yeah, what's this? Returns or sets whether the dimensions of drop zone elements are calculated on every drag move or only on drag start. I see. So I need to set this myself. Hey, Donchus. Okay, so let's start. The in-game initial state with the blueprint queue of 1, 1, 1. So that when I try dragging something else, it's going to already have 3 things in the queue for me. And then let's set dynamic drop to true. And that's going to be a blueprint icon, selector icon. So on drag, let's just put a breakpoint here. And I should probably close out of this, huh? So this will cause this thing to remove it almost immediately. Health check failed, removing it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I rerun that. And then I connect here. And I hit play. Cool, so I should be in like a full game. All right, so let's take a look. This dot interactable dot dynamic, that's not there. Man, how are you supposed to do this? You could just set interact dot dynamic drop, but that's for the entire library, I think. I don't like that at all. Well, fine, let's do it. So interact dot dynamic drop true. So now when we try dragging here, I wanted to push this over and show a preview of what I have there. How would I do that? Yeah, I don't see this being easy. Like I could automatically add this here at the beginning, I suppose. It's got to be based on the position that you're in, though. Oh, no problem, Surfing Ninjas. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have them in such a way that as I update them, you get the updates. So I have made some changes, and they might be helpful to you, but I don't know when I gave them to you last or anything. It's never too late to switch back to jQuery UI. Yeah, let's scrap everything, guys. Man, what am I gonna do here? I don't want to code all this myself, because I'm sure this has been done like a million times before. For example, right here. Should I just look at what they do here and then use that as an example for this? All right, let's take a look. Dist. This is everything? Wait, what? Is this really everything? Oh, it uses Dragula underneath. So this is all the sort of hookup code. Yeah, so Dragula is what allows you to do this. So I need to go look at that library right here. Also, I want to see something that does a clone. Is there a clone? Yeah. Wait, is there a copy of it? Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, we need to figure out how this thing works. Well, I guess they have all of their code right here. Wait, what? How is this only 900 lines of code? Yeah, how did they manage to do that? Get element behind point. This must be what they're doing, right? Release, drag. So yeah, as you drag, they get the element behind the cursor. Then they must add your element there. Yeah, drop target dot insert before. And what is item? Item is the item, but what do they insert before? Reference? Current sibling? Oh, see, this is what I don't want to do. How am I going to do this? And I just can't think of how this would work. So if I want to do this in the React way, then I need the following functions. One, a way to show the element that I'm dragging in the correct location. But what, is this going to be controlled through Redux then? Is this controlled through Redux? What would that even look like? Like if I go to the blueprint queue that I have a few icons, and then somewhere in the middle of it I've got the preview icon that I'm dragging. I don't think that should be stored in Redux. And either way, that would need special styling. And what if they're the... I don't know. Wonder how they did it. Hey, did you? Oh, I don't mind breaking rules for this, but I don't know how I would even do that. Like, how do they do this? Oh, that's right. This isn't the React form of this code. Although I still don't know how this would work. But yeah, they do this whole drop target.insert before item reference. They also probably need a remove if it already existed. I mean, it's mostly this function and then get element behind point. And probably find drop target as well. So I need a few of these. But I need to do this in such a way that React can use it. A way to find out which element is currently beneath the cursor. A way to find whether I'm to the left or right of the element beneath the cursor. A way to show the element that I'm dragging in the correct location. Switch through Redux. E.g. I output an icon for each blueprint in the queue. Then I inject the preview. Then I keep outputting icons. The language doesn't hate this. Well, like React might hate this a little bit. Although there's a way to get around that, I think. I just don't know if someone did this particular thing with React with a sortable. Like someone made this easy list and it does what I want, but it was in Angular. Yeah, this is exactly what I need here. What is this? Default style 1. Wow. And there was a way that you could, yeah, dragging over something that can be expanded should expand it, he said, and that way you can expand all the children in that too. Although that's like super hard to do. How does this work? There's like no easy way to expand 6a. Either way, I can't even use this library, so I don't know what the point of this is. I'm not sure. And there's no other easy solution for this. Like if I want to move this over to here, short of dragging it, which makes the most sense, what do we have, like a button that makes it move left? That'd be really weird. Or I guess you could, no. You need to be able to insert at a position in the queue. And the only way for this to work is for me to figure out what position to put it at. So I guess I could do this in 2 steps. I could have it work such that when you drag something from over here onto the queue, it puts it in the right position. And then the second step could be showing that preview of where it's going to go. But I think the preview is necessary, so I guess we'll just get the preview thing to work first. And then, like I said, what do you do? Do you do this a React way, where you actually put this into Redux, then have it work? Okay, well, let's take a look. How does the code for Dragula even get element behind point? How does this work? Point xy, doc.element from point. Oh, that's not bad. What is p though? Point. mirror. If not mirror, return. Okay. So they're using it with an element that they actually, okay, got it. Okay, so then let's figure out the X and Y of where I'm dragging, and let's try to like get the element there and set things, and this is just gonna be terrible. Just absolutely terrible. But we can do it. And we better hope to never have to rearrange things in the UI again. So doc.element from point XY. And I wonder, hey Res the Tortoise, I wonder if this is like client coordinates or what. Horizontal position within the current viewpoint. All right, so let's go into dragging one of these things around. As you're dragging, so there's on drag move. Is this where we can check things out? I don't even think that's correct. Well, let's try this. Console.log, dragging. And let's put a date.now in there. Man, this is going to be crazy. Let's go back to this Dragula code. Okay, refresh. Now what we want to see is, are we going to get an event every single time we're dragging? No, we get one. How do we know when we've... There must be an event for this. Dragging, action option. What? Events? Drop events? It's... Drop zones can receive the following events: drop, activate, drop, deactivate, drag, enter, drag, leave, drop, move. I guess it's drop, move that I want. And that means that this doesn't even go here. This goes into the blueprint queue that I have. This might, well, yeah, whatever. So drop, move, this dot on drop, move, dot bind this. All right, on drop, move, we got an event for console.log dragging plus date.now. So let's see. We're dragging over here. As soon as we start hovering over this, no, nothing happens whatsoever. Oh. What? So drop move does nothing? Put this in drop zone, right? Drop zone events are plain objects with the following properties. Yeah. And they have drop move right here. Drag, enter, drag, leave. There's a pointer event for move though. Interact target dot on. Interact target dot on. So there's a drop zone. What if I got rid of this? Unless you need the data in another component, keep it out of Redux. Yeah, the problem is I don't know where I'd render this then. It just need to exist in the DOM and React would not touch it, I guess. So we'll try this out. On move, on drop move, I guess. I don't think this is right at all. I need to know that you're dragging something around. Yeah, this isn't working. Whoa, now it works. Wait, what? So it's just... Okay. So I happen to have put just a mouse handler over here, but I wanted it to be when I'm dragging that happens. It's kind of doing something. What? Well, it's printing out something new in some case. What is that case? I don't understand. I think it's when I'm right at the edge of this or something. No, I don't know. I haven't let go of the mouse cursor. There, Serato. Hmm. Wow, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do here about this. Okay, well, let's take a look. I know. I already know. XDDD. Whoops. So there is drag move on this thing. And drag move is only called, yeah, drag enter and drag leave. So I guess the very first thing I need to do is figure out which event works when I move while dragging. That's it. That's all I want to find out for right now. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if it has to be on the drop zone or if it has to be on the drag thing. Like, we have an on drag move, and this does not get called all the time. And that's the part I don't understand. So let's just put a console log on drag move date.now. Because yeah, that's the first step here. Then there's a whole bunch of other steps here. Like I said, I don't want to do this stuff because I feel like there's a much better way of doing this. So yeah, on drag move gets called just moving the cursor over any of this. I want it called when I'm actually picking something up. How do you do that? Geez, you'd think it would have been a clearly labeled thing, right? Related drag move or drag end event. Adam is on the big screen. Like world's darkest picture. I'm going, ooh. I'm not sure. Maybe we can put drag move into the drop zone. Or maybe I just read their issues and I search for this. Event drag. Drag move resets gesture move. Snapping up. No. Maybe I search for drag move. Maybe someone else asked the same question. Typical coder face kappa. Existing interactions, is this it? Say I have the following code. Now I create a drag interaction for each element separately. Each interactable has its own distinct configuration set of listeners. If you declare the listener function outside the call to on, then you can use it for interactables. Do I need like an interact drag handler? Man, this is so strange. Huh. How to undo drag move snapped. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta figure out what this event is. I'm no closer to this. They have an entire section on events right here. The interact event types are this. To respond to interact events, you must add listeners either directly on an interactable or globally. So yeah, I should be able to, like, I guess it's just the drag move does not do what I think it does. I'm not actually totally sure what it does, because this doesn't help me. Created past as the first parameter. Yeah, strange. Maybe there's something else I'm doing wrong here. Blueprint selector icon has on drag move. Oh, it's just named move, but it's really, or sorry, it's just named drag move, but it's really just move. Wait, so then there is a special drag move function here, which we can just say console.log drag move worked date.now. Does this work? Does it? No. Oh, it's this. Oh, never mind. Oh, this existed here the whole time. Drag move is happening. This is what's responsible. Okay, yeah, I should have realized this. This is what's responsible for translating that element that I'm dragging. So yeah, drag move is happening. So now we know that. So what we want to do is when we're over this particular position, and I don't know how we figure that out, but when we're over that, that's when we insert this clone element. We need to keep track of all of this stuff. So it works while dragging. It's just on move. That is draggable, which is what I use to translate the cloned element anyway. So we would need to clone it again. Okay, so that works. Now the other thing I need to do is figure out which element is underneath the cursor. So let's do that. So I'll have some X or Y here. This is going to be an absolutely positioned div, is it not? Style.left, style.top. Where's the absolute positioning? Huh. Okay, maybe that's not necessary. But there's what? Document.get element. What's that called? It was used right here. Doc.element from point. Yeah, so if I say 0, 0, what does it return? Okay, that div, that's not actually what I expected. I wanted it to return that image maybe. But alright, so fine. What if I pick this particular thing? So where is that located? That's at like 10, 620, something like that. Oh, it got that image. Okay. Alright, not too bad. So now when I'm dragging over this, let's figure out what the coordinates are. Drag move is happening, x plus y. Put that there. So I should be at 10, 6, 20 when I've dragged this down to here. That is not what happens. These coordinates are something totally different. I guess we'll have the event itself and we'll need to examine that. Because yeah, this is taking event.dx. I don't want that. I want something different. So let's just print out the event and we'll figure out what it is. There. No. This way. Okay, so now when I drag this down to here, we should have the point should be roughly 10, 6, 20. I don't know what it's going to be exactly, but close enough to that. Yeah, client X and client Y look pretty close to it. Yeah, okay, we can do that. So let's just print that out now. So console.log client X, comma Y is event.client X, comma event.client Y. And we can get rid of a lot of those other listeners that have console.logs in them right now. What is printing out? Dragging space. This. Yeah, we don't need on drop move. We can put that back to normal. Get rid of that. Okay. So when I connect here now, we should have those coordinates printing out. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. So then what happens if we move this window? It should be the same positions? Let's take a look. Yeah, good. Okay, so X is still 10 or 11. So that's working fine. Now we have a way of getting the position where you're dragging. We have a way of getting the element under that position. So I don't know. Now we need to like add in this element and everything else. So this is just document.element from point xy. So as we drag, we can get that. And then there's a whole bunch of logic we're going to need to do. Okay, so const element under cursor equals document dot element from point. So const abs x. We could just say that these are client X and client Y, huh? Betting bot DB was like 150 megabytes. Until I discovered I don't need a database. Well, you just stored everything in memory. Client X, client Y. So now we'll have the element under the cursor. Browser ball is a fun and somewhat scary demo. What is this? Is there a video? Oh, perfect. There is a video. Browser ball. Whoa. Neat. So what can we do here with this element that'll let us know that we've got the right element? I guess we could give it a border. Like if I just say border 1px solid purple. Whoops, except for I put some spaces between this. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Element under cursor dot. Let's do that. Element, or no, document dot element from point. So if I do this, document dot element from point 10 comma 620. This should still be that image that we had. Yeah, and it has a border right now. We're gonna try to re-enable it. So where is the document again? Yeah, here we go. All right, so let's get that. A equals that, and then a.style.border equals 1px solid purple. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's do that then. All right, so now any element that we hover over is going to have a border around it. Let's see if that works. No. No, I don't think that's working. Oh, because no matter what, it thinks that it's the element that I'm dragging. Oh, so that's what's always going to have a border around it. Oh, how do I change that then? How did they do this? Oh, right. They did it by... Wait a second. Get element behind point. They hide it for a second. Oh, that's actually really clever. Wow. Good job, Dragula people. So get element behind point. So GU hide. If I go look at their CSS for this, that what? Just turns display to none and that it's important? Okay. Yeah, so we're going to need that same thing. We can say styles. I don't know where to put this exactly, so let's just put it in anything here. This, for example. Hey, noob. Hide cloned element. Display none important. Yeah. Okay, so let's go use that now. So get element behind point. Okay, this doesn't fail. State equals p dot class name. Cool. L equals element. Add. Okay, cool. Then get point, return that, return the state back to normal. Okay, so let's try that out. So element from point, instead of using that, we want to call this function now. Let's try that out. I'm rich. Cheer. Oh, we were so close. Oh, right, because I'm not passing this in. So this has to be the thing that you're dragging, so the target. Man, I'm like so close to getting this to work. Doc is not defined? Oh, that should be document, right? This code is going to be very kludgy. Oh, look at that. So now we can add purple borders to everything by just hovering over it. Oh, and then it breaks. Cannot read property style of null. Oh, because there is no element under the cursor. So if util, we don't have util. If util.exists, element under cursor, then do that. Okay, let's try that out. Yeah, nice. Okay, so now, like I said, we can add, well, here it doesn't work. It works on everything else. It just doesn't work on the timer for some reason. Not that that's a problem. We don't need to drag to there. Although if we did, I don't know what we'd do. So yeah, now instead of that, what we want to do is figure out, so I guess a way to show, so this is done. A way to find out whether I'm to the left or right of the element, that's not really necessary. Not yet, at least. So a way to show the element that I'm dragging in the correct location is this controlled through redox. I output an icon. So yeah, how do they do things? Why is it cringy, EJ? Like, what's your reaction from the streamer for those things? Okay, so yeah, let's look further at Dragula here. So they have get element behind point, and this is on drag. What is their mirror that they're using? Render mirror image. Yeah, that's all I say is mirror image. I guess it's a clone of whatever you have. Kappa indeed. Get chord client X. What does this do? I see. Chord in mismap and not chord in host. So there's a way of getting a client X without having to worry about it being called client X. So I think I'll just put a to-do item here. To do this won't necessarily be client X in all browsers. Yeah, EJ, if I were the one spending these, I would want to send them only in one in like, yeah, I guess increments of one. That way you get the most out of those messages, and there's no way the streamer can ignore those, huh? Crazy. Where did the drag event go? Here it is. Okay, so prevent default, get the client X and Y, then set where we're dragging to that thing. So I have this same code already up until here. Then item equals either copy or item. I don't know what this is exactly. But we're on line 406, so let's go try to figure out what copy is. And what's the difference between copy and mirror? Item used for copying. Okay, fine. So what's mirror image then? Where do they set this? Mirror equals render mirror image. What is this? Oh, Oh, that's where you're going to. Okay, I think I understand now. Yeah. So in Dragula, mirror is the preview of where something is going to end up, and copy is the thing that you're dragging, or is it vice versa? I need to look at that. If we have 1,000 years, we can play Dead by Daylight. Okay, where does this go? Style, the height and width. Yeah, and I think so. What were we on? Line 408 or something like that. Yeah. So mirror is actually what you're dragging. Mirror is the thing that you're dragging, and then what the copy is where we're going to add this thing. Before reference. Reference equals initial sibling. Choosing the item. Item is copy. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So mirror is the thing that you're dragging, and copy is the preview of where it's going to end up. Hey, Calgo. So if I wanted to do the same thing myself, I want the mirror and the copy to be, I don't know what, global? Do I even, is that the case here? So drag move listener, we insert this into the document.body. So in interact.js, we currently insert our mirror into document.body. I don't think we can put copy in the same place. I think we'd have to make these things siblings, and then that'll probably screw up all of React and kind of how this stuff works. Especially if something gets removed from your queue. Yeah, I haven't subscribed to anyone on Twitch. I don't know how it will work if we just insert copy into an element and then that element changes. We could try it, but I can't imagine this will work. So right now, instead of changing the border style to purple for this thing, we'd have to add an element. I mean, I could do this, but then, like I said, everything's just going to break eventually. Also, when you start a new game, I guess we need to change this around. So we could say insert before, yeah, so element under cursor dot insert before. And what are we adding? Reference. And reference is going to be that copied element. So when we do this, let's append another clone. Clone 2. We never even use this, do we? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, so clone 2 goes there. Original.get, yeah, okay, cool. So we've got all this stuff. Now we also want clone 2 to have an ID equals, or no, we could say this is a global thing or something. I don't know. This dot clone 2. This dot clone. Okay, so now that's saved off, and up until that point, it just won't exist. Cloned hardware inventory item. What? Opacity and position absolute. Yeah, I'll just write that as a thing to refactor later. Bam. This would be so much better. So much better if I could just use a library for this. I'm using this, that. For non-item elements. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, to-do list does keep getting bigger. Man, this is gonna be very tough. So, okay, I've got the clone in the DOM now. It's only gonna work once. What we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to insert this clone before whatever element we're at. Just kind of see what this looks like. And it should just relocate that clone. Streamers only get 29% of the money? Wow. That's pretty crazy. So drop target dot insert before, and then there's item reference. What is item? Item is a copy. Reference is okay, reference drop target. I don't know what this is. At least it's more than 28%. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy. O dot direction equals horizontal. I don't know what this reference even tries to do. Hello, yes, I would like to go to this line, please. Please take me to this line. GitHub. GitHub. I'm gonna refresh the page. It's still not working. Okay, whatever, I give up. So just scroll it into view for me. Otherwise, the reference is the initial sibling. Oh, in case you can't find that. Drop target equals source. Drop target. Okay. So the element under cursor, we say parent element dot insert before what? The element under the cursor. And we're gonna put the copy into it. This won't work though. It's super hacky. Yeah, I already broke this. All right, I don't know. Maybe I just don't get the preview thing to work. I think the preview is pretty important, actually. Yeah, but I wanted to test this out. Test out what happens when I append a child. Hey, Mike. Test out what happens when I append a child via DOM functions to a React component that then gets re-rendered. This will just break everything unless I put this in a Redux. I just don't think that's a good idea. There are too many weird things I need to account for here. Which is like, where are these things positioned? How do you drag them within a container? All right, well, then let's get a reference to this thing and we'll append an element there. So I'm gonna go put in-game footer. So we have blueprint queue. Let's just give this thing an ID. Okay, so I have the ID of this thing now. I want to try adding an element. So if we do, okay, dot what? Append child div hello. This is not even how you append child. Yeah, I need to do like document dot create element div. D dot text content equals hello world. And then finally, this dot append D. Okay, cool. So we added hello world into the DOM. Now, whenever we go to change this thing, hello world is going to get removed. What is going on? Okay, let's paste all this in here. We need to set the text content, and then we append it to this thing. Oh, right, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. It's because of this stuff. We gotta just get rid of this. Did they publish a report on how much they're making off of Twitch? Because I know they spent a lot of money on Twitch, but I didn't know they were posting any sort of profit statements. Digite, I'm glad. Because this is frustrating me a lot. As long as someone's getting entertainment, that's good. How did I break this? Like, what's going on here? Is it not contacting the server? Is the server even involved in this? Also, when you join a server for the first time, I guess you need to be told what's in your queue. When you connect to the server for the first time, or well, no, when you reconnect to a server, you need to be told what's in your queue. Also, if you delay connecting to a server for some reason, you also need to be told. Dang, an encrypted cow. Wonder if there's some other way to do this. Also, what's breaking right now? It's that it's not letting me remove things from here. Can I add anything? Oh man, that's super annoying. That's a bug in Interact. I hope they fix that at some point. Oh, right. I was trying to remove something that had never existed. So I was getting back null. Okay. So let's add that, and then let's call this code over here. There's hello world. Now I remove this. And hello world is somehow still there. How did that happen? What, I guess React doesn't know how to change that? Then maybe this will work. Huh. EJ, where's the beeping coming from? So I was going to say, he could just turn that off, right? Aw, Mike. Mike doesn't even watch for me anymore. He watches because he knows people will answer his questions. Feels bad, man. Okay, so this at least seems to work. I added a blueprint to the queue. Then I ran this code. Then I removed the blueprint. And the hello world was still there. Ordering wise, that's probably not going to work. Oh wow, really, EJ? That's crazy. Yeah, I think this ordering is gonna get screwed up. We gotta add this after the first child somehow. How do we do that? A dot append insert before? How does this work? Node dot insert before. So parent node insert before, so get the new node and then the reference node. So we want to get, let's get like the first child node here. So let's try this out. We're gonna say bot q equals this thing. Then let's get the first child of that. So a dot children. We should have 3 things in there, right? Yeah. So let's get let's say like middle second child equals bot q dot children 1. And now we want to do bot q dot insert before the new node and then the reference thing that already existed. So this is what we want. This is all a code. Let's try this out. We're just gonna paste this into here. Okay, good. So hello world goes in the right location. Now we need to do this a little bit differently. So we drag this onto here 3 times. Oh, of course that's not gonna work. Where's this even coming from? Oh, over there. Why does this break? Like, this is like the flakiest thing. Okay, so now we had that, and now we're gonna remove this, and what happens here? Yeah, it just goes to the end. Okay, I thought so. Oh. Alright. So, I'll say this sort of works. I added the blueprint to the queue, then I ran this code, then I removed the blueprint, and the hello world was still there, but it was at the end of the queue, not where its original position had left it. How's your day going? It was going well right up until I ran into this problem. And I knew this would be a problem, but I was hoping I'd have a library that would help me solve it. But I can't find anything. So basically, what I have right now, and this is what I was starting to work on today, is that you can connect to a game, you can drag bots onto the queue, and so now you can see like, okay, yeah, here's what I have in the queue, and you can remove a bot from the queue. And that's it. That's the only thing that's working, but it doesn't, hang on, let me close out of that. What doesn't work is that you can't drag it to a particular position on the queue. So if I want to position it between these 2 icons down here, I can't do that. It'll always just go to the very rightmost thing. So I think like I said earlier, there are 2 different ways of doing this. One is, and I think this doesn't break right. Yeah, so one is not showing you a preview of where this thing will go. So if I tried dragging onto here, I wouldn't know whether it's going to the left or the right, but it would actually go there. And then you're allowed to like drag them out. I don't know. But I don't like that. And this is going to have to work with brackets as well. At least I tested this. So I think this needs to go through Redux. My conclusion here is that this needs to go through Redux. I would basically need a preview of something that's there. I need Redux to show my preview image, to store my preview image's location. How about just appending it to the end, then left and right buttons? Yeah, that like that's possible, but I don't like that interface because then these icons down here, like right now, the icons happen to have a drop-down menu. That's not even going to exist, I think. So they'll just be icons, which is pretty nice. Like you'll be able to see what bots are going to enter the arena, and maybe they have a name or something, sure, but you don't have to have little buttons on either end. Then part of the issue is because we're eventually going to have this repeat system here, so you can drag brackets. So like this entire thing that you see here is draggable, so that I could have it just repeat this bot, for example. And so being able to drag these things too is pretty helpful. And if you couldn't do that, then you need left and right buttons on those. Yeah. And this isn't impossible to do. It's just the way that I'm planning on doing it would not be very easy to pick up and like put into another spot in the code base. So if let's say I get this working and then all of a sudden you want to be able to drag, I don't know, you want to rearrange your blueprints here. Like, nope, I'd have to recode the entire thing, like plumb it all through Redux and get all that working. Anyway, I think I should go get lunch right now. The problem is, well, should I just eat something quick at home? Yeah, maybe. That's if we have stuff though. All right, yeah, I'll set the normal lunch timer, and if I find out that we don't have anything here and then I've got to go out for it, then I guess I'll do that. Did that not work? Oh, this thing stopped whispering me. Huh. No, the test worked. I just didn't get a whisper. That's too bad. Nah, come on. So yeah, Surfing Ninjas, you'll have to be in the next lunch BRB. So here's just the people for today. All right. Yep. I'm going to get going. I'll go to lunch. I'll be back in probably about, well, half an hour if I have food here, otherwise longer. And then when I'm back, I'll be back for probably about 3 hours-ish. I really want to figure out this problem before the end of the day. So yeah, and Mr. Banks, I did move, and also hi, but bye. So see you guys after lunch. Hey, 11 Kazoos. I don't know if you're still here because it was like half an hour ago, but I'm happy to answer that question if you are here. And BDX bot. Let's check your account creation time. Oh, better Twitch TV stopped highlighting it. Is this person still in chat? No, they're gone. Oh well. But yeah, hey everyone. So what this is, okay, let's try this out. Let's not even put this into Redux for right now. Let's just make a global. And we're going to end up changing a lot of this code. This is mostly just me prototyping for right now. So we're going to say global.preview. I guess we need an index. And we need an ID. Preview ID equals, it doesn't really matter what, 1, I guess. Who cares? Adam, I got my near live homepage working, generating it for now. Nice. Nice. Looks good. Can I give you a recap for the last 2 weeks? Yeah, sure. I will also say this. There's always the recaps page, the playlist itself, which should have the newest one on it. Yeah, it does. So if you want, in less than 4 minutes, you can find out everything that happened. But I'll sum it up really quickly. So it's all been UI work. And the UI stuff that's been changing has been this particular page. So you can create blueprints. You can choose scripts now. You can edit the scripts here. You can edit them as Blockly too if you want. So all of this is now supported in the new UI. And little things like you're now able to zoom in on the Blockly blocks or zoom out if you want and see an entire script at a 10,000 foot view, and then go to, oh yeah, okay, here's where I want to make changes and tweak stuff. So I can cancel out of there. I can go into a game, and then here's what I'm working on as of today is getting the queuing stuff working, because I spent last week working on this stuff too, which is editing bots while you're in a game. It's not totally functional yet, and you can also try to customize scripts a little bit, but like I said, not totally functional. So yeah, being able to drag these things onto the queue is what I'm working on now. Aw, Raimi, that's too bad. Yeah. So preview ID, and we'll also say preview index equals null. So if there happens to be a preview, then we'll use it. So this is what I think is pretty weird. There's got to be a better way to do this. I just don't know what it is. So what we got to do is iterate over all of these. I guess we'll have an array of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. So how would we do this? I know what we'd do. At least I think I know what we'd do. So we have global.preview index and global.preview ID. Hey, Smooth Dog. How are you doing? So how will this work? I want to iterate over this, and then if we, I guess we make a copy of this thing. So let's say const q copy equals, do we have Lodash? Yeah, we do. Underscore dot clone. Actually, doesn't matter if we clone it or not. Yeah, it kind of does. This dot props dot blueprint q. Okay, so now if not is nil global dot preview ID or index, then q copy dot. There's probably a Lodash function for this. Good, Smooth Dog. How many people are working on the game? So this is. There's like about 6 people at this point. Excuse me, but I'm the only one coding it right now. Oops. Oh, darn it, I'm searching the wrong page. Is there an insert function or insert at? No, I don't think so. I mean, JavaScript has one built in. I just never remember what it is. Splice index 0 item. Okay, so qcopy.splice. I read that wrong. Index 0 item. Yeah. Okay, so global.preview index 0 and then global.preview ID. Then we use qcopy here. And we should I guess we can do this, something like is preview equals global.preview ID equals index. No, global.preview index equals index. So now the blueprint Q icon, here's what we'll do here. If const style equals opacity, this dot props dot is preview. If it's a preview, we'll put it at half opacity, otherwise we'll put it at full opacity. Again, this is all just hacky prototype stuff to try to figure out whether this is even going to work. Unexpected token on line 77. Yeah, that should be here. Okay, and now what we need is a way to set this global preview. I don't like this. I just don't like this. Let's just manually set it for now. Let's try this out. Okay, so we're in the game. I'm going to set preview index to 0. That didn't work. Oh, because it didn't try oh man, what? Yeah, this is why this needs to be in Redux. Man, that's annoying. Just so frustrating. One of these should have been considered to be a preview. That's not the case. I've got to put this through Redux. I don't want to do that. I don't know what better way to do it though. So let's try this out. Set. Oh man, how's this gonna work? Because there's only gonna be one preview, but the preview could be a bracket at one point. Like even if I get this working, okay, let's focus on one part at a time, I guess. Set blueprint preview. This is so bad. ID index. Let's just try to get this done as quickly as possible here. Because again, given that this is prototype code, so we're gonna do this. Okay, so now this shouldn't be global any longer. We now say blueprint preview ID 1 preview index null. Alright, so let's use these things. So preview ID is action.id and action.index here. There. So now I have preview index and preview ID. We can get rid of these global previews. This can be just totally removed. And then the other one that we have is over here. We need to pass this in or connect this class to Redux. I think it's easier to just pass it in, which means we need to pass it through this class since this is also not connected. So is preview, do we even need that? So these change to this dot props dot, and same thing here, this dot props dot. Okay, so now we need preview index and preview ID passed in from wherever blueprint Q is used. It is right there. Hopefully we have the connect. We don't. So preview ID and preview index. Alright, and then the in-game page can now make use of these. So we'll say this dot props dot in-game state dot preview. Okay, so now by changing these, this should work. Let's try this out. Hey, Upexator. Okay, so we have these three things. What we're going to do is we're going to do... What's going on? Something broke already. Oh, Oh wait, nothing broke. That was weird. So debug main.debug store.dispatch type set blueprint preview. And then we need an ID and an index. Yeah. ID 1 index 1. Okay, so check it out. So now we have this preview image here. This is why this is so hacky, because I had to plumb all that through Redux for that to work. And if I wanted to, I could change the image that shows up, and I can also change the index of it. So that, I guess, does work. Now we need to get that to show up when you drag over it. I don't like this. I just don't like this. I want a more generic way of doing this. Whatever. All right, let's get the less generic way of doing things. So what do we do here? We get the element under the cursor, and then we figure out where it is, or where we are in relation to that thing. We need to know. Yeah, so that part's done, I guess. Make sure they yeah. Well, that's not completely done yet. So need to figure out when we're hovering over the footer. Otherwise, we don't want the image showing at all. It'd be crazy if I was Ian all along. Except that I've heard your voice. And it's not Ian's voice. Okay, yeah, we got to figure this out. So element under cursor, I guess one of the things we could do is see, does it chain up to, sorry, I had that weird feeling that I like touched a spider web or something, and that there's some like string hanging over my arm. What we need to figure out is this over the footer content, and more specifically, let's just see how Dragula does it. So maybe they don't let the drag event go through unless this is a drop target. Drop target equals that. We'd probably need to know where this exists. Surfer Ninja. Alright, drop target equals source. Yeah, we could hook this up directly so that it knows when you're dragging over it. Or we could put all of this into the drop target. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the best way to do this. Yeah, like, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll list out what I think the ideas are. So when dragging, we can figure out the parent element until we hit the footer as an ancestor, and then we know that we're in the footer somewhere. I don't think this is helpful. We need to know, like, these divs. Where in relation to these divs are you going to be? What I could do, so blueprint selector icon, when you drag this around, I guess we need to pass something in here. That's this. And this thing, the same thing would need to be when you reposition items in the queue and for brackets. So after all of this is done, I need to have repositioning in the queue working, and also moving brackets around in the queue. Okay, so blueprint selector icon. whatever passes this in, I guess it's blueprint selector. Yeah, that's what makes this icon. So we need something like update blueprint preview. This is so terrible. So now we need blueprint selector. And is this something that has, yeah, it does. Okay, good. This dot, what are we gonna have, an ID in there? We'll just do it this way. This dot bound actions dot set blueprint preview ID index. Okay, so we've got that. This is not totally correct yet, but then in here, yeah, when this thing's done, what we're gonna have to do is this dot props dot update, and we need an index, an ID, which we should have. So yeah, this dot props dot bay dot ID, and then an index, which I guess we'll just set to a totally random number, or maybe like client X %3. This is so bad. 4. All right, let's try that. This is super weird. It's gonna look random, but it'll let me test this out at least a little bit. Then we just need to find the right coordinates. So we tried dragging this. Oh, it already broke. Update blueprint preview of undefined. So that's being read from here. Good. That's being taken from the parent class of this, which is what exactly? This thing? We have bound actions. Set blueprint preview should exist. Huh. I don't know what's going on right now. Try one more time. Yeah, drop table. That's how I'm feeling right now. So this just doesn't exist. Okay, well, let's go up a level to blueprint selector and see if it exists there. Does it? This dot props dot update blueprint preview? That does exist. What? Yeah, what? How does this exist, but it's... I must not be passing this incorrectly. No. I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know how this can be defined, and this is perfectly correct. And then I call into here, update blueprint preview, and this is the same thing, right? Well, now it's the same thing. Yeah, so then blueprint selector icon, render. Does this not exist? It does. What? What? What is going on? This dot props. Oh, arrow functions. No. Oh man, I gotta do this. That was it. Wow. Lame. Lame, 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 lame. Okay, let's get rid of these breakpoints. Now it should work totally fine. Did I say totally fine? Because I clearly didn't mean totally fine. Oh, this is going to trigger an infinite loop, yeah. Stop with the infinite loops. And also to do... How do we do this then? This is going to change how this renders. And this is going to screw everything up. Oh, man. I agree with Novick. Man, I'm so just utterly perplexed about how I'm supposed to be doing this. Well, all right, let's try to get this part working at least, the stopping with the infinite loops. So this is triggering a re-render on everything in this tree. No, this shouldn't be an infinite loop. Why is that happening? Yeah, like the timer's still counting down, so clearly that's not what's going wrong here. What if I just got rid of this entirely? But yeah, I just broke drag somehow. I don't know how. Client X, element X, set this. Yeah, this should be fine. Is this not printing anything out? Yeah, drag just stopped working. Huh. Okay, all that's fine. What about blueprint selector icon? Get element behind point. Append a clone to the body. I guess we don't need that anymore, do we? And what happened here? Oh. I see. Is this being used in here? Probably not. Alright, so then that's what I broke. Just need to figure out how to fix it now. What is going on here? Drag move listener. No, this should be getting hit. I don't think it is. Alright, then let's put a breakpoint in it. Yeah, it's not getting hit now. How did that happen? I don't know, but it doesn't matter because we can just do this. Drag move listener event, and then we just say this dot drag move listener dot bind this. And put all of the contents in here up there, and we should be good. All right, does drag now work? Yes, it does. Okay, great. So now let's try this part out. And yeah, noob, that's the kind of stuff I'm going to fix in the polish phase. All right, so check it out. We did get this kind of working. This is all I wanted to do, which is that it'll act like that preview image is there based on the X coordinate, but the X coordinate is essentially random. So you can see it swapping positions down there. And then when you let go, it's gotta null this out. So when you let go, where does that happen? Drag end listener. So we're going to copy all this stuff into here. Copy, copy, copy. Drag end listener. All right, good. And then this thing just needs to be set to null and null. There. Okay, so now the last thing we need to do is figure out the index, and I've got a solution that like kind of works. So bad. It's just such bad code. I am not on board with this. And then like dragging things in between here needs to work as well, and it's just going to be terrible. So hacky. So absolutely hacky. All right, well, how do we figure this out? And then once we're in the footer, we need to know, erect, we need to know exactly what we're hovering over. And we need to take the preview image into account. Okay, how would we do this? What if we gave it a function where we pass in x and y? No, what if Right says what seems to be the problem? So I've got to figure out when you're dragging here, how do I know which particular icon we want to replace this thing with? So like right now, for example, let's say I'm dragging like this. Wait for it. That. Like that's correct. So it's showing my preview image of like all the way to the right, which is where I would end up with this thing. If I drag it here, well, let me show you here, I guess. If I drag it to here, this is also correct. So I'm going to end up putting it there. Hey, Mr. Cheap. So I need to figure out where to show that preview image. But I don't like any of what I've done to get this to work. This is the kind of thing that the React Dragula had solved. Look up class, remove class. Wait, what? What is this? Oh, just transpiled code. They don't include. Oh, React Dragula is incredibly simple here, huh? How does this work though? This is weird. And where's their original code? I guess it's this. So this is their entire library that they're exporting here? How does that make any sense? Okay, well, when dragging, we can figure out the parent element until we get that. We could do something where we have a parent class manage this so that it has a ref directly to the footer. Let's just go that route. I don't know how else we do this. So basically, when this happens, instead of update blueprint preview, what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the x and the y, and this thing will figure it out for us. So we'll just say this dot props dot, yeah, sure, update blueprint preview, I guess is all right. But we're going to pass in different coordinates. We're going to pass x, y, and then I guess the blueprint ID as well. This dot props dot bay dot ID. Okay, well, now we go to ingame.js, update blueprint preview. This dot update blueprint preview dot bind this. Alright, so update blueprint preview now takes in an x, a y, and an ID. And in the end, if we want to do this, this dot bound actions dot set blueprint preview ID index. So what we need to figure out, const index equals just question mark at this point. But the real thing here is that we have a ref to in-game footer. I guess we get a ref to this. And then the in-game footer itself gives us a ref to the div. Okay. Get div, return this dot refs dot in-game footer. so const footer div equals this dot refs dot footer dot get div. All right, so now we have a div, and we can figure out whether we're hovering over that, I suppose. I don't know how, but let's try to figure it out. So we start to drag, it breaks in, and now we have the footer div. This is correct, right? Yeah, so it's correct. We need to get the position on the screen that this is. So footer div dot client top 0. That's not what I want. Get bounding client rect. Oh, there we go. Okay, this can work. Maybe. So rect equals footer div dot get. So if x is, let's just do rectangles intersect. Do I already have this? I probably already wrote this function. Let's go to util and check it out. Rect intersect. Yes, I do have this. So if util dot rect intersect, so it's, I guess, x, y, 1, 1 with rect dot left, right, width, height. No, not left, right, width, height. Left, top, width, and height, yeah. So if they intersect, then we at least know we're in the right DOM element. And then we need to figure out, I guess based on the children, we have a few divs here, so we can figure out which particular div. No, it's grandchildren. And all of this is very much... Okay, maybe we can make like a get... No, we need to know if it's a preview or not, though. This is such a waste of time. Like, I can feel my heart beating right now. I'm just so agitated. I can obtain these divs, I guess. That's not a problem. So we know we're dragging over the footer. So now, I guess, get grandchildren div. I'm just going to find some way to do this. Get grandchildren divs. One of these could be a preview. Yeah, okay, great. So let's get the grandchildren div, right? So const child div equals footer div dot children 0. And now const grandchildren equals child div dot children. Okay, so now we have the grandchildren, and we can figure out their x and y coordinates, and then we can basically figure out where we're dragging right now. So that part will work. Let's just do that for now. So figure out which grandchild we're hovering over, and then set that to the index. So for let I equals 0, I is less than grandchildren dot length I plus plus const grandchild rect equals grand. How about we get the grandchild first? Okay, and so now if we're intersecting with this, then we can set the index appropriately and then break out of this thing. So if intersecting with grandchild rect, all of those things, then we say index equals I, and we're done. And up here we can say let index equal null, and that's it. We're good. So let's try that out. This is the hackiest thing. All right, you ready? It sort of works, except for not really, right? What happens when you do this? Like, where is my mouse right now such that this is not... This is... This is super weird. Not at all maintainable. So, yeah, where is my mouse right now? Because I can't tell at all what's going on. So this is fine. When I drag over to here, though, now it's no longer fine. Because what, 2660 doesn't cut it? Did you just paste the same thing twice, EJ? Oh, look at that. The X and Y appears to... No, wait, what? It's only when I've dragged this over to here. What is going on? Client X and Y is somehow 40... It has to be 47 before it even registers as being in this thing. And I'm guessing the same thing happens with the Y coordinate. Yeah, how does that work? How does that work? That makes no sense. We're printing out the client X and client Y, and then we're passing it into this. Okay, so global.footer. This makes very little sense to me. Alright, great. So yeah, somehow that's whatever. But footer div now exists. Get client bounding, what's it called? Get bounding client rect? Yeah, that. So left is 0. Okay, and what's the grandchildren on this? Footer div dot children 0 dot children 0 dot get bounding client rect. Yeah, that makes no sense. So the part that makes no sense is that we don't see that preview image until I drag this over to here. Why is it happening? Oh, I know why. Because this, possibly, let's just get rid of this. And let's see what happens. Oh, problem solved. Oh, thank goodness. No, wait, no, not problem solved. No. You vex me, code. Top. XY with height. XY with height. It's not a flickering thing, is it? Because when you, no, weird. I just want, okay, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have this break in exactly when I think this should work. So it's when X is 35. So let's just break in when X is 35 and we'll figure out what's going wrong. So we'll go into ingame.js. What? What's going on right now? Well, I can't load this file? Ingame.js. Where's my file? What? I can tell this is just trying to get on my nerves. Yeah, I don't have ingame.js. Maybe this is like a source map problem. Whatever, we'll just put a breakpoint here. If X equals 35, debugger. There. Great. Cool. So now try and tell me I don't have that code, huh? Huh? Wait, what? X isn't 35. Oh. What? No, something's wrong. It printed out 107. How is this 30? I'm passing the wrong coordinates. Oh man, seriously? Oh, what a silly mistake. How did I not notice that? Oh, okay. So we don't need this any longer. I think I just fixed the bug. Okay. So like that's good enough, I think. I honestly would not care about fixing this to make this, absolutely perfect. I think it's pretty good. Right? Does this look pretty good to everybody? I'm dragging over the thing and you can kind of tell where this is going to get inserted. So when I'm hovering here, would you expect it to be where it's positioned right now? So like the blue part's where I'm hovering and that slightly transparent thing to the left is where it's going to be placed. So if I were to let go right now, I'd put it in the third position. And if I let go over here, it puts it in the last position. So that looks pretty good, right? Follows our expectations. Hey, Merplix. Oh, man. I think it feels right enough. Yeah. So that's like step one of three. I'm just gonna smash something today though. God, normally I come up with solutions like this, and I'm like, okay, well, it's not the greatest. This is actively the worst solution I probably could have come up with. Just whatever, whatever. Let's make a function here about like rect intersect bounding client rect. So Merplix, I think what you're talking about is essentially like a pre-optimization. So consider this, like zoom out from what you're looking at. You're very zoomed in to like, should I use four or should I use four each? Zoom out 10,000 feet and start to think about, will my project even get completed? Because if the answer to that is no, then it doesn't matter whether you use four each, or literally a like sleep 1000 and then a for loop. Because if your project doesn't get finished, it really doesn't matter about the performance. And that's why people don't advise pre-optimizing. The other reason is because your requirements might change over the course of your project. Now, whether you use a four or four each does not imply requirements changing, because you can swap them out really easily. But I would say Merplex, just use whatever's easier for you to maintain and understand in your code base. And if you determine later that there are performance problems, then yes, start to look into how can you fix it. Oh, look, four and four each, you can change them out. Okay, then yeah, do it then. But for now, I would not worry about it. I don't want to make this function. I don't want to do it. This thing is fine. Like, so yeah, now we know we're dragging over the footer, so I'll write this here. Check to see if we're dragging over the footer. Then get the grandchildren divs that represent the Q icons divs, I guess. Note that one of these could be a preview at this point. Find out which grandchild we're hovering over, then just save off the index. Like, this function, this is not too bad. I don't think this is the bad part. I think the... Wait, do I really think any of this is that bad? Maybe it's not. No, it is. It uses... It's not extensible. How can you use ECMA 6 for the client? How do you make it cross-browser? So cross-browser is like JavaScript is already cross-browser essentially. The part that's not cross-browser is like some of the theming that you have and maybe some HTML elements. And those I've got some plugins to deal with. So I use ECMAScript 6 with Webpack. So it gets transpiled to ECMAScript 5. Adam, I can pay your bill forever. EJ, I don't know what you're doing right now that you're finding all these like student discounts or something. Because next you're gonna tell me, oh my god, I can get groceries for free. I can't believe it, guys. All right, nice. So yeah, now when we go to add things here, we can tell where we're going to put this thing in the queue. That is actually, this is super nice. It only took me, what was that, 3 hours, guys? 3 hours to do this? Is this weird at all? That when you drag it out of here? No, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to worry about that. I could turn it into a preview or something. No, I'd have to turn it into a preview. Okay, well, we can figure that out. I'm going to check in this code. This is good. This is good. This is good. What do we have here? Yeah, I'm just going to delete that. After all this is done, I need to have repositioning in the queue working and also moving brackets around in the queue. Yeah, that's going to take the rest of the day. Okay, well, let's clean up the code. Clean up code. Then make it so that you can... Make it so that you tell the server where you added something in the queue. Okay, that part is actually pretty important. So the server should be able to tell us, because right now, if we were to connect as Adam1, connect and play. Okay, so check this out. You drag this item into the queue, and then you drag this item into the queue, and now the preview shows that I'm going to put this in the second slot. It doesn't actually go in the second slot. It goes at the end. So we got to fix that. So how do I fix that? Well, wouldn't you like to know? All right, let's go find out. On drop activate. It's not that. It's not that. And it's this. On add to queue. So we need to get, yeah, it says to do get position. So the position is not something that the blueprint queue knows how to do, is it? We need to know where we drop this thing. Something in-game needs to know. I don't know how I feel about that. But this is passed in from here anyway. Okay, so we could make this work one level higher. Pass that into the parent. No, we can't do that, can we? Unless we have the events offsets. Which, wait a second, the queue should be able to figure that out. Right? Why did I pass this all the way to the parent? What does the parent need here that I don't have? Footer div equals get div, get client bounding. Yeah, it's only for this, set blueprint preview. Okay, so this, I should make a new branch or something, because there's a very good chance that I screw this up. However, I'm incredibly hesitant to make new branches when I have outstanding code. So here's what we're going to do instead. You ready for this? All right, this is going to be super heavy-handed. We're going to copy this entire folder onto here. I don't expect that I'll probably screw it up, but we'll say drag and drop nightmare, and then we'll save this in here. So there, we got it all now. We're coding wizards. And then we'll put this content into the footer. Okay, so this should go over there. Wait, no, not the footer, right? Let's put this here. They're done. Okay, so update blueprint preview. We have the footer div is just going to be this testeroni div. What a great name. What is get div? We're getting, yeah, that's bad. Can you just use tortoise to revert edits? Yeah, I could commit, but then I feel like that'd be a bad commit. Okay, so we have this.refs.testeroni. This is our main div, I guess. Like main div. idea to ever say that. All right, so update blueprint preview. Now the thing that we can't do is this. So this .props.set blueprint preview ID index. This is going to get called all the time. We're going to take this in from blueprint queue, set blueprint preview ID index. This .bound actions.set blueprint preview ID index. Then in blueprint queue, it's not called blueprint queue. Blueprint queue. No, there it is. And then oh man, I just love doing this. All right, so this isn't so bad. And then we've got this, and I think this should work the same way. So now we can comment out all of the code that I wrote into in game. So where is that? It should be right up here. Yeah, let's just delete all of this. So update blueprint preview shouldn't be used at all. It is, but it's not needed, I think. Can we just comment that out? I know what we'll do. We'll do this. This should not be called. Hooray. All right, let's try it. Yep, that's getting called. Okay, so why? This right here. Oh, yeah. But, oh, both of these are getting called. No, this is correct. It's that the footer shouldn't have that extend beyond the parent. Or the queue shouldn't have that extend beyond the parent. This. Set blueprint preview. What did I do? Let's just put a breakpoint there. There, okay, so where's this coming from? It's not update blueprint preview. I thought I changed that. Hey, over for you. Blueprint selector icon. This is correct. Oh, it's just not getting passed into the icon here. What? How could this possibly be working? Oh, it's an undefined exception, isn't it? It's not that it's the wrong... No, it is the wrong thing entirely. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it will, Mike, because the streamer actually gets money from it. I know what I just did. Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. I'm in the wrong class. Yeah. Because you can track from there. So it needs to be the first common parent element there. Okay. No, I screwed this up. Where's your necklace? Oh yeah, right. I'm not wearing that. All right. How about this? Every time the code fights me, I'll just tighten this a little bit more, and eventually the code will have no one left to fight. Look, today was just a frustrating day so far, and I think it's all because of this little thing that I'd expect to have a library to help solve, but I'm doing something specifically enough where I don't think a library would help, or one doesn't exist for this case. So having to do it myself wasn't so bad, but it's not reusable is what's bugging me the most. Here you go, everybody. Hey, Mike won twice. Okay, so we want this to go back to where it came from, which is here. But I think that in the queue, so I put this is not used anywhere. What we can do is we can have this thing know how to update it itself. I think that makes the most sense. So basically, we'll call into this function right here. But we'll say this dot refs dot footer dot get blueprint queue dot update blueprint preview XYID. It's kind of weird. It's actually incredibly weird. I don't know, noob. Probably never. And doesn't Botland bot whisper right away? I don't think so. Let's comment that out for now. This is the kind of thing that I don't know if this is a good idea. We can say return this dot refs dot blueprint queue. And then down here, okay. Yeah, all right, let's try it out. So this should work the same way I had it working before. Nope. Main diff doesn't exist. What? Refs doesn't exist. Huh? The queue should have... Oh, ID. Oh, that was supposed to say ref. Oh, well. Who cares about that then? Oh, it already has a ref on it. It's a blueprint queue. Word. Okay. There we go. Alright, so let's try that out. Now dragging should work totally fine. Oh, so close. We don't have util in this function. So const util equals require botland util. So now the drop part of... Oh, what? It like almost worked there. You see that? It's being pretty weird. I think part of the reason why is because we don't have the ID that we're trying to drag in there. Although this is still acting super weird. So where do we get the ID here? It's passed in there, okay, which comes from like who knows where over here. This .process.update.id, and this gets passed up to in-game, which calls over to that, which has something set incorrectly. Or something's wrong here. Let's just put a breakpoint here. Thank you everyone for bearing with me today. I know this has not been like a great day with awesome progress. Hey Cottrell, how are your braces? Let's see, ID is 1, so that part's correct. The main div, is that what I expect it to be? Yes, that is. And what, X and Y are some, yeah, like over 200, about down 216. That sounds right. Child, and then grandchildren. I think that's the part that might be wrong. Is it? Grandchildren? Yeah, now they're just images. I see what's going on. Okay, so that should have just been children, and that's it. But how? I see. I think I get it. Yeah, we just care about children here. Children. And then instead of grandchildren, we just use children. Instead of grandchild, we just say child. And instead of grandchild rect, we say child rect. And then we can update this too. What's this? It's ridiculous. Okay, there we go. So that's back to working the way that we expect. And when we drop this in, it just drops it in as a... Wait, what are these backwards? Oh, so dropping no longer works. Oh boy. just going to chew off this finger. Don't need it to code any longer. Throw it in the towel, guys. Yeah, so when you drop this finally, it should be from here. Drag end listener, but that's not if you dropped it, right? Where if you drop it? Where does that go? I guess it's in a drop listener or something, which would be in the queue. On drop hardware, yeah, here we go. Blueprint ID. Drag on add to queue. No, all this stuff should be fine. I think what might be broken is whether or not I'm in a game. Let's see. Yeah, okay. This is now working the way I expect. Okay, good. So cool. So we just need to get that index, and then we're good. Right here to do, get the index. So we have this right here. We have x, y, and ID. So we basically just need to get the x and y. So const client x equals event dot client x and client y. And then we just pass this into here to get whatever the index is. So we should make a like get index. Yeah, get index of dragged blueprint x, y. Yeah, sure. So we're going to do all of this. Paste that into here. And we do return index. And here return null. We get rid of this line. It's no longer needed. And then this function can turn into const index equals this, x, y. And then everything else is gone. And there we go. All right, so now all we have to do is this. Put this up here. We change this to client x and client y. And then we pass in the index here. And everything should just work. Except it doesn't, because I have to go update the server too. Oh, where do we do that? In serveplayer.js. So add blueprint to queue right here. Push. No, that's wrong. This is totally wrong. So if index isn't defined, we can still do that, I guess. So we could say if not, do we have Lodash? No. Let's get Lodash. So if not is number, if not is number, then just push. Otherwise, splice it. Or rather, changing index might be a better idea, but whatever. Let's do this. So splice this, comma, index, comma, 0, comma, that. Hey, Snake Eyes. How is it going? So we have apple, orange, banana. Okay, then, see, I'm starting to go crazy right now. So now we do 2, 0, and we say watermelon. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so it's index, comma, 0, comma, whatever. Okay, great. Okay, let's try it out. We got to go restart the server, and we got to do so in such a way that this thing actually knows that it crashed. Good and good. Yep. Okay, let's restart this. All right, and now we should be able to add at exactly the right position we want to add at. So when I drag here, these things... Oh, what happened? No. What's going on? What happened here? Index is not defined. Oh, yeah, that's right. Blueprint queue. Right there. Return I. Oh, no. What did this code used to say? Whatever. I is good enough. Okay, so let's try this out. So these three things are fake. So wherever I drag this, we're going to end up with one of them because they were fake. But now when I drag this next one here, it should look like this when I let go of the mouse. It definitely swapped them. Okay. Why does the code hate me? Adam put on the programming glasses. Maybe if I'm cool enough to finish this. This has to be an easy problem to solve. I'm so sure of it. All right, on add to queue. I think if we just follow this all the way up the chain, added blueprint to queue right there, and now we go to this, which is in setup React. Setup React. There, just go to this thing. Main instance, so client main added blueprint to queue. Aha, the index. We just didn't pass in the index. Guys, isn't that funny? I forgot an argument. Okay, so we drag this down here. That it worked. Okay, it's just screwing up a lot when you... Oh, that's also another bug. Attempting to drag a blueprint onto a full queue should give some kind of error. Okay, there was one part of this that didn't make any sense, and that's what your queue can do. Oh, no, I know why that's happening. Because the server... Oh, this explains everything. Okay, yeah, we got to go terminate the game server again. Which we're going to have to do this every single time that I want to make a change to this. Let's try this out. Okay, so like I said, the first one that we drag on here is just fake. Cool. The next one that you drag on should be... It should respect the position we put it in. It does. It just reforms the UI in kind of a weird way. Yeah, like it flickers. And that was wrong. Yeah, that was definitely wrong. This is a very tough problem. Oops, no, can't restart that yet. Okay, how about this? We'll print out... No, we won't print out anything. We'll say index 2, that way we can examine this first and then figure out whether it's right or wrong. Okay, so take 1,000,002 with the play button. Cool. We're going to go drag something onto this. Doesn't matter where we put it, the index we get is going to be 1. Or 0, I mean. Index 2 should be 0. Good, it is. Perfect. Okay, great. Now we drag another thing onto here. Now it should still be 0. Good. Okay, now we're going to drag something in between the two of them, and it should be set to 1, and it's 0 somehow. So how did that happen? This is somehow return... Right, because of the preview image. Right. So... Wait, does that even make sense? No, I don't know. I'm not sure. Debug main dot debug store dot get state dot in game reducer. So the preview index is set to 1. That's where it should end up. In fact, we should just be able to pull this from there. Yeah, what am I doing? We don't even need a function for this, do we? Unless you didn't drag over it. How is this happening? How is this happening? Okay, so main div is this. Perfect. Okay, great. Cool. And we're somehow getting 0, which means that we're intersecting with that. I find that hard to believe. So that part's right. So children 0 is that one. Okay. Looks good. Why can't I close this? Darn, I'm going to have to keep doing things like this, huh? So child rect, and then what? This is, yeah, this is true. But how is that true? X, Y. X and Y don't even exist. Wait, that's what's going wrong this whole time? Yeah, X and Y are undefined. Oh, man. Oh, these don't exist. Oh, goodness. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about this, did I? There's a drag event, and it's a drag event that I want. So this was never working. Hey, King San. Thank you for following. Okay, I think I fixed it. The only way to know though is to close out of the server. And I can't restart it that quickly. So health check failed, removing game server. So now we can restart it. So I connect, I hit play. Okay, we're gonna get this. So the first one you drag on is gonna be 0, no matter what, right? Yes, 0, great, cool. So the next one I'm gonna drag on is gonna be here. This should also be 0. Yep, perfect. Okay, then I'm gonna drag the next one in between the two of these. This should be 1. Perfect. And it got added in the right spot. Oh, I know why that's happening. It's because of the round trip to the server. That's why that's happening. And so if I drag one in between these two so that it's 1 again, yeah, that's good. Then I drag this last one over here, and that should be 4. Perfect. Yeah. So all of that works. The only thing that's a little bit weird is that there's no, what is it called? Optimistic update or something like that. So bug, when you drag a blueprint onto the queue, we should show it as though the drag worked without having to wait for the server to respond. Yeah, great. All right, but other than that, this is working. So hooray. It's been a lot of work just to get that to work. All right, so then yeah, let's clean up the rest of the code. How much code are we dealing with here anyway? This doesn't count. This is dead simple. This is pretty much the same thing. I wonder if I should pass this in as blueprint ID. Yeah, I think so. Set blueprint preview. So we'll just call this blueprint ID, which means we need to go update the action that we had. Set blueprint preview here. This is a blueprint ID. If defined, should really be in its own object, shouldn't it? So if preview index is defined, you'll see a shadow of a blueprint of an, you'll see a shadow of a bot show up on your queue bar. This ID represents which shadow will draw. Snake eyes. Your pain is amusing to me. All right, so this is associated with preview ID. If preview index is defined, then it represents where in the blueprint queue that will draw a shadow of a blueprint. If this isn't defined, then you're either not dragging a blueprint around or you're not dragging it over the right location. Yeah, this should be null just to begin with. Okay, great. So all that's fine. Cool. Okay, blueprint queue, what have we done here? Well, we have this concept of index 2 that we don't need. There. Get index of dragged blueprint. All right, so suppose you're dragging a blueprint around so that you could eventually add / reposition it on the queue. This function will tell you which index the blueprint should be positioned at based on the given coordinates. So number, and number, well, questionably number. If null, it means that you if you're not dragging over the right part of the UI. And how all of this works is still a little bit strange. Okay, that's fine. So check to see if we're dragging over the queue at all. Then get children divs that represent the queue icons divs. Right, that's these. Blueprint queue icon. There's possibly a better way to do this, but I think this is fine. So yeah, back to where we were. All right, find out which child we're hovering over and return that child's index. This is called when you've, what is this called? When you've changed, update blueprint preview. Yeah. Update the shadow of a blueprint that draws. I think which draglib did you settle on? Interactjs.io. I think the weirdest part about this is that I'm putting this all through Redux. Just seems strange. But I gotta comment this part then. So the way that we show preview images is by injecting the preview into the queue as though it's a real blueprint. That way we don't run into re-rendering issues, e.g. where we just inject the preview directly into the DOM, then our Redux store changes and it re-renders the queue with the injected element all the way at the end of the queue. It's likely that that could happen. Yeah, it's still, and it used to be Dragula. It's still Interact.js, yep. And so this thing that I just coded of like, where does this thing get injected? That is, well, this gets a little bit weird when you write at the boundary, huh? Yeah, actually it gets really weird when you write at the boundary. Because then dragging to the left updates this position. Why did I not see this happening before? Yeah, like on the right side. Oh, it's only obvious when it's two different images next to each other. This was always happening. Oh, darn it. Bug when dragging between two distinct images on the blueprint queue. You'll see them swap repeatedly. Zemiana, thanks for following. Yeah, so this is swapping constantly. I just can't tell it it's swapping constantly. Okay. I'm going to go grab a fan really fast. Maybe it's just because I'm wearing lights on my neck, but I'm getting pretty warm. I'll be right back. Ta-da! Alright, we're going to let the fan do some coding now. So get used to fan. Fine. I'll go plug this in. Oh, sweet, sweet relief. What happened to the AC? I haven't hooked it up. So, I ran into
So we moved like 2 weeks ago, right? I ran into our new neighbor next door, and she's like, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" I said, "Oh, I'm a game developer," and we kept talking, and I said, "Well, I work from home," and she said, "Oh, do you have your own company?" I said, "Yeah," but I didn't tell her that I'm on Twitch. And actually, because I wear lights around my neck all day, I wonder if I ever should tell her. She's probably like, What are the kids doing these days?" Hook up your AC. I'll do that afterward. I can only imagine what that'd be like. Like, oh, game development. That sounds like a very serious and intellectually involved career choice. Might send the wrong signals. Well, I think it especially would if I did this. There we go. Wait, did that even work? Oh, it did. They're just not bright enough to see. We'll change that. There. Blammo. Alright, so when dragging between two distinct images on the blueprint queue, you'll see them swap. So we can fix that by changing this to a 2. And then we'll be able to test this out. Token Horforia. I don't know if tokens are working. You can let me know, Horforia. Okay, so when we try dragging this here, yeah, it like very much screws up. The thing is, it shouldn't differ based on an individual pixel that we're at. I guess because the preview image is causing it to swap repeatedly. So I do need to handle this special case. I thought so. How are we going to do that? That happens in the blueprint queue. Yeah, here. We got to figure out which one of these is a preview. We could just add a class to it. I think that's the easiest thing, right? Is preview. So we go to blueprint queue icon. And we can say, let's get class names here, just like we did over here. So styles.blueprint queue icon. If this .props is preview, then classes .add like blueprint preview. All right, cool. Now let's use those classes over here. And now blueprint preview, we'll be able to tell whether this thing is a blueprint preview or not. Oh, I see, Mike. Okay, got it. So yeah, in the queue, when you're dragging things around, we need to know which one of these is the preview. So const is preview equals. How do you tell what class something has in just like vanilla JavaScript? So this, for example, can we do this? Okay, so let's do document dot get element by class name. Oh, let's just get that. Fine. Doesn't exist. Draggable hardware. It's not even a function. What? It is a function. Oh, get elements by class name. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Cool. So let's get this one. And then, do we have, like, has class? No, we don't. Class list. Oh, we can just do this. Contains draggable hardware. Yeah, we'll do that. So is preview equals child.classlist.contains blueprint preview. And then if it's the preview, we have to do something different here. So let me think about this. If we're dragging, did drag stop working? Okay, fine. It stopped working. Hey, Severin. How you doing? All right, so we drag down to here.
So when you are selecting right here, you always expect it to be index 2. So if it's here, how do I say here? If you're intersecting with, oh wait, we're intersecting with two different ones, that's why. Oh, we need to know how much we're overlapping. This is not a problem knowing which one's the preview and which one isn't. So we don't need to do this. We just need to know, are we intersecting it with the majority, I guess? Or we need some sort of always return the greater one. Right? Is that what's going on right now? Is there a rate limiter on how many requests can get sent to the light server? No, not really. Can I darken a color in less by a percentage? I don't know the answer to that. I think you can, but I'm not sure. Because they have a lot of color manipulation commands. Okay, so let me think about this. We drag like here-ish, and what happens is that we end up with a preview icon there. And when we say, will this intersect, the children are always going to be left to right. So when we check if this thing intersects, yeah, so what if we just iterated in reverse order? I equals children.length minus 1. I is greater than or equal to 0. Will this work? That would be pretty great if it worked. No, this doesn't work because it keeps doing that same thing. So it's probably not that is the issue. I bet the issue is whether or not it's over the preview, but why am I not just able to come to this conclusion myself? So that child is going to exist there as either the preview image or the regular image. We know whether it is the preview image. And if it is, wait, what? This doesn't always happen? No, it does. It's just not super obvious. I don't think it stops. I wonder. No. Anyway, if you're over the preview image, do we just say +1? If is preview return I +1? I don't think that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense because that won't work. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, Serving Ninjas, that works because the bottleneck is the PHP server. But when the PHP server contacts my computer, then it'll reject them after it's been 45 seconds. So you shouldn't ever be able to get more than 45 seconds of light control. Okay, I don't get why this is happening. So we should put a breakpoint here. Let's just do something like global.aaa equals global.aaa or 0, global.aaa plus plus. If it's greater than or equal to 20, then let's just break in. So we'll do that on that many like swaps basically. So this is some silly code to just let us have a conditional breakpoint that I defined in JavaScript instead of in Chrome. So we'll try this. We'll swap it a whole bunch of times. Oh, it already hit. Oh, I didn't expect that to happen. I wanted it to be more than 20 times, I guess. But whatever. Let's take a look. No, it didn't get to swapping. Let's do it as 200 times. Okay, there we go. So now we just need to drag this over here enough times before we figure out what's going wrong.
200 may have been overkill. Just gotta wait for us to do this 200 times. Come on. There we go. All right, maybe we'll be able to glean what's happening here. So what was the current index that we're using? The current index is 1, and then what we're trying to change it to is 2, which is exemplified by it's currently 1, and we're going to swap it to that. Now, why does that happen? If we have it dragged here, we expect it to always be 1. So what, it didn't collide with the last child? Children 1. Children 1 is located there. And X and Y so we're at X equals 326, which is right at the edge of that rectangle, and Y equals 658, which is inside it definitely. Maybe it's because the size of these things is changing. I don't know. This is really challenging. We could do it a different way. We could do it a slightly different way at least. We could divide up the amount of space that we have here and maybe say that the width, there's like dead space around it. So we say width times 0.8. Yeah, let's try that. Let's just see what happens. Oh no, but this will give us the same problem as before. Yeah, in fact, now I think I know maybe what's happening. There's a 1 pixel boundary where we'll add or remove this thing. What if I just increase the boundary? No, that won't work, will it? I don't know why this is so difficult for me to figure this out. 0, 1, 2. You can't ever have this be more than the length of the children if there's a preview there. Do we know how many? Yeah, this is the maximum length. Math.min I this dot length. That way we can never go outside of that. Although this is still causing a bug. What if I just multiply that by 1.5? What happens here? It'll act as though it has to be very far to the side. Yeah, it still happens no matter what. So at any given point, there's always 4 elements in here. I don't ever see the 4th one getting resized differently. So I'm not totally sure what's going on. Hey, Celestina. Development has been pretty terrible today. I started by working on getting it so that you could add and remove items from this queue down here. This queue is eventually going to look like this. So you'll be able to put bots into the queue, and then when any of your bots dies, one will get taken from the queue and then removed from here, of course, and like put into the arena. So then this bot will be alive again, and then this one dies again, let's say, and then this one gets put in, and then so on and so forth. It's just a normal queue. They just march their way over to the right side. Well, I got it so that you can add things to the queue, and I was trying to work on this like, let's show a preview image of where we'll end up in the queue. But there's one tiny bug here, and then there's a whole lot of other work to do to fix the rest of this. And the goal this entire time has been like, finish the UI by the end of this week. So I shouldn't be getting caught up on this one little point. Why are this swapping happen? Yeah, so Friday at the end of the day is the last day that I'd scheduled for UI. Granted, look, if it goes a week over, it goes a week over. I'm going to work on the UI. It's not like I'm going to just say, oh, I got to cut all the UI features that I hadn't done, and then the UI looks like this when we launch, and you're like, why is there a big red bar here? So that's not going to happen, but I don't want this looming over me. Now, why does this swap? At any given time, it's intersecting with one of the children, right? So what are the facts that we know? So facts, index 1 and 2 are swapping regardless of x coord changes. I know that 0 and 4 aren't changing because... No, it's not that. I know that there aren't only 3 elements in the queue at any time because I don't see element number 4 changing position. And Flexbox would do that. So that's one of the things that I'm noticing here. The other thing that I'm noticing is it only swaps like crazy when what exactly? I guess when we hit... Actually, we could tell the x coordinate that we hit that causes this to happen. Does Interact have that Dragula way of dragging into a list? And if so, you can just make a UI list in CSS style M so they're side by side in the footer. No, it didn't. I looked into that originally and I didn't see something like that. And someone made something called Easy List, but it works with Angular. So do I have the coordinates printing out? I do. So I can figure out exactly what coordinates this is happening at. Let's see. So it should be 1 pixel to the right. Yeah. So it's right there. 317 is where this starts to happen. Happens at x equals 317. And what does x equals 317 represent? I need it to break in when I do that. EJ, I don't think so. I don't think that's a good idea because I thought about that and I thought, no, mixing these things is probably going to be a big nightmare. Okay, it broke in, so here we are. Wow. It just closed. It closed my debugging tools. Aw, come on. I need to be able to see this. There we go. Okay, so now let's take a look. So we have child rec. Does this start with... What's the problem here? Oh yeah, 317. So it's just outside of the rectangle that we had. We can close out of this. How often do you floss? Once a day? I only usually brush my teeth at lunchtime. I don't floss at lunchtime too. Okay, so it happens at x equals 317. This is significant because child 1 has a bounding rect of left 158, width 158, which means it ends at x equals 316. So that means we've no longer collided with... Wait, does children.length ever change? Maybe it does somehow. Let's just log children.length. Because that'd be really weird. There can be space between divs. Well, that's fine because I tried modifying the width here so there was like 1.1 times what it should have been. Okay, EJ. Okay, so does the number of children ever change in this thing? Well, now it's going to. No, it's always 4. We never once see it get to be 3. So I know for sure. It's because I logged the number of children. So my hunches were this has to do with collision in the preview element, or like what Dennis was saying and EJ were saying, there could be dead space between divs. But if I had dead space between the divs, then I would see the number of children go down to 3, which means that no, wait, would I? I don't know. No, this is always correct. Well, so, okay, then it has to do with this intersection. X, Y, child, rectile, left, child. So it stops intersecting with child 1 and ends up switching to child 2. So it stops intersecting child 1 and switches to preview at 2. But hey, Solid Bird, thanks for following. That's +1 for the bird names in chat. Okay, but then why does this happen when we just change the y coordinate? That's the part that doesn't make any sense. Why would changing the y coordinate swap the positions then? Maybe it is intersecting here. Or maybe the children are being repositioned each time. Let's take a look. Let's try this. So for let I equals 0, actually let's just copy paste this up here. So we're going to print out left string equals that. So left string plus equal okay, good. Now we'll just console.log that entire string. So now we'll know if these increase always, then it's not a problem with children reordering themselves, which this just wouldn't make any sense to me. So let's take a look. So they're swapping like crazy. Cool. Now let's let go and take a look at what happened here. So yeah, they're always in increasing order, right? Nothing weird ever. Oh, what's that actually? The third children sometimes has a left position of 316 and sometimes has a left position of 348. Oh, I know why this is happening. Oh, I never standardized on a size of these images. Oh, man. Which means the widths are totally wrong, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. These should have been standard sizes. So this one, for example, has a width of 242. This one has a width of 210. That's a problem. Hey, Merlin. All right. Well, I figured it out. And what a colorful fanfare we have now. Okay, so we just need to come up with a static size for these things. In fact, how do we do that? Yeah, frame rate dipped. Yeah, I've dropped 1,700 frames today. Okay, so yeah, how do I solve this problem? I need these things to have the same width as one another. I wonder how you do that. Can you just set a flex grow of 0 in here? Flex grow 0. No, that's not what you want, I guess. Huh. I guess there's no point in a flex box if all of them are going to have the same width. Is there? Flex box static width? This web page isn't even loading. What is frame dropping? Frame dropping is when you don't have the CPU or the bandwidth to keep up with the frame rate that you're trying to produce at. Okay. So how do you make... Oh man, Merlin, you've been having tons of problems. So what I'm trying to do, so problem, need to figure out how to have a div with x children where all x children have the same width. This is not like a difficult problem. The easiest solution would just be, so easy solution, set width manually on all children to be 100 divided by x%. But what's the better way of doing this? What's your internet like? It's like 10 down, 10 up or something, but that's because of Wi-Fi. This Wi-Fi dongle I'm using is not great. Div children equal width. Let's just look that up. Equal width and fluid. Use CSS Flexbox. Flex 1, is that what I want? No, but the... Oh yeah, I guess the other thing here is... Even if the width changes... So wait, does Flex 1 fix this? Oh, that's it? Seriously? That's all I need to do? Now it's done? So what is this? 448. What is... No, stop it. I don't want that. Oh man, this is annoying. Okay, so this is 221, 221, 221. Okay, yeah, Flex 1, that was the problem. Can't believe this. Steven's 10 Gbps. Hey sub, haven't seen you in a while. Oh man, this has been a frustrating day. No other way to say it. So Blueprint Q icon. 10 Google Fiber plans. All going in the same computer. It's very important. Very important. I'm not going to do this. It's very important that the width of all child elements remains the same due to how the... I wonder how they did this on... Yeah, due to how the shadow blueprint works. You'll see incessant flipping between two blueprints when dragging over them if you don't have the same width. Well, this is... Yeah. Alright, let's try it out. So we should fix that problem by doing this now. Cool, look at that. It all works. Now there's no crazy flipping between these back and forth. Nice. That's the Google Fiber around his neck. Yep. Yup. Alright, well, problem solved. So this was due to unequal widths, which I'm lucky I even found out. I find that when you otherwise can't solve a problem, just write down every single fact you've come to. And you better make sure these are facts, because if any of these are wrong, then they're just assumptions. And that's not helpful because you're already making assumptions. Alright, yeah, let's get back to cleaning up the code. Alright, so that's good. Where do we have these console.logs coming from? Blueprint Q. We don't need any of this left string. We don't need this stuff. We don't really need to know if it's a preview either. We could always add that later. Fact 1, something's wrong. Fact 2, I don't know what's wrong. Okay, if this thing doesn't, we can make this code a little bit easier to understand. We can say that if this is not true, to return null right away. And that way we can tab this back a step if we want. There. Okay. Alright, yeah, the rest of this is fine. This code is about to get a lot more complex though once I do the last couple of things I need to do. So we're having previews draw at half opacity. I think that's pretty reasonable, right? Yeah, it's pretty obvious. And they're still visible, so that's good. We could make that a class and not just opacity on the element, but I don't think it matters. So that part's fine. This is no longer needed. Get element behind point. We don't need any of this stuff. Drag move listener contains nothing now. Oh, it contains the code I used to have there. Okay, this stuff's not needed. Right? Yeah, this stuff's not needed. Hey, Ricardo. Congrats. Console.log, congratulations. So blueprint selector. I don't even know where this thing is. Here it is. Okay, so we don't need any of this. We don't need this stuff. And if this isn't client X, then we have a problem. So we're going to need to update that. I'll just write this on a bugs list or something. I use client X in the code for dragging sometimes, e.g. for showing blueprint previews. But I don't think client X is going to exist on all events. Yeah, so we're still on the whole cleanup code bit. And dynamic drop, is that even necessary? I don't think that needs to be on. Yeah, this is fine. Get div, I don't think that's needed. Hey, heavy drinker. Welcome to the chat. So yeah, this is not needed. This is not needed. Really, none of this is needed. What am I building? So I'm working on a game called Botland. It's a strategy game about automation. And I can kind of show you the game. Not totally, but like... So what you're looking at is just AI fighting AI right now, which is pretty similar to people fighting people because they use AI to fight. But the way you do this is first you build bots. So I've got something like lasers, missiles, cloaking, and then you write a script that uses that. So I might say something like, if will missiles hit, fire missiles. I had cloaking on this bot, so I may say to cloak. I may say something like pursue enemy. So you drag this stuff onto here, and then that's it. You just let them go in the arena, and they'll fight based on these rules that you gave them. Now, this is super laggy. And definitely shouldn't be. I bet it's trying to like re-render everything. And it's been a long time since I... Yeah, let's take a look. Alright, let's just profile this. Hey, BioAim. Yeah, this is ultra laggy. I don't know what's causing this. Render entities is taking up 41% of the time. That part, I'd say it like almost makes sense. I wonder. What's that pointy click stuff? It's called Blockly. It was inspired by Scratch, but it's an open source library at this point. Huh, okay, let's save this. Or let's just pause this, that way I can look through this. Yeah, why is this taking so long? React element create element is actually being called a lot.
This is from rendering the in-game component. Script library dropdown needs to keep getting recreated. Create hardware inv item. But still, it's this render function that's taking the majority of the time. Huh. How about I just close out of that for now, and we'll take a look. Man, the performance of this used to be totally fine. Now it's 100% busted. But the account server appears to be offline? No. What happened here? Okay, it's not letting me online on that account. Let's try this one. Yeah, that one works. I don't know, it must be something that broke with the game. In fact, it very likely is something that broke with the game. Yeah, game ended in a tie. So I hit the play button. This game eventually ends, and then everything just slows to a crawl. Huh. Hey, Alex. So you're writing Node.js JavaScript with lights around your neck? Yep. That about sums up the stream for you. So these lights are controlled by viewers. That's why I'm wearing them, so the viewers can actually see them. So blueprint queue. Is this needed? Yes, it is. Okay. This is needed by a parent class so that, what? We can check collision for this thing. Yeah, this is needed by a parent class. And it's going to return an object, I guess. Alright, what else do we have here? Set blueprint preview, update blueprint preview. Those are fine. I'm going to rename one thing there. Set blueprint preview. We'll rename this to blueprint ID. And same thing here. Alright, where else did we define that? Here. Alright. Ref footer. Do we use that? Yes. Man, I don't know how I feel about this stuff. I don't know if I should check this in or if I should just save it for later. Hide cloned element. That's not used anywhere. And I think this can be changed so that index is just 0 if you haven't defined it. Nah, doesn't really matter. You could pass in not a number though. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Actually, can you pass in not a number? I'm not sure how that's going to work. But if is not or is not a number index, then just push. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's try this one more time. The only thing I want to do this time around is get a single player game going and figure out why this is so slow. So let's just have games run for 2 seconds. There, well, 4 seconds. So that's going to crash this. Good and good. And then we rerun this. And we reconnect. And then after 4 seconds, we'll see single player. Well, apparently no, we won't. This thing hates us. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, so it has nothing to do with mouse input or not. I'm not touching anything. Oh, whoops. I can't do things this way. Darn it. How do I do this then? I need to make it so that when we're in single player, games don't
don't finish very quickly. Phase. In game. Did you ever code in a language other than JS? Yeah, I have. So instead of, when we go to the news page here, this thing, let's do this. Set game phase. I'm an old guy that just wants to understand the youth of today. I was gonna say, coming in while I'm wearing lights around my neck is certainly difficult to understand. All right, there we go. So this should be different. Let's try it out. So Heavy Drinker there, Botland Bot puts them in chat when I type commands like that. Okay, everything seems to have slowed down, and I don't have an explanation for this. So, game finished. Alright, I hope this works. Yeah, it is. And it's going painfully slowly. Like, there aren't even animations happening. Was this always the case? Or is it because of the drag listeners that I added? I don't think people are going to want to play this game at 0.5 frames per second. I don't know how I got this to happen. Your render entities is taking 55% of the time. Sprite render. What's going on with your blog and wiki? Error establishing a database connection? I don't know. This site just is terrible. So JS is your preference? Yeah. Plus I've been working on this code base now for almost 10 months, right? Yeah, almost 10 months. So it's not like I can just change to something else at this point. Render entities. Huh, I wonder how many things this actually has to render. Let's take a look at this function. Oh, it doesn't work because of source maps. Man. Yeah, I just want to figure out how many things this is. All right, we'll write this down for later, because now's not the time to really fix this. I'll put this back to here and put this back to how it was. There. And we'll look over this code one more time. Let's also lint it, make sure everything's fine. Yeah. I feel like this is all over the place and that there's coupling that shouldn't be there. Downson, thanks for following. I could turn on T-Notifier. Preview and the queue. Yeah. Alright, what else do we have here? Yep, fine. So the majority of the code change, I guess, was in Blueprint Q. The rest of this stuff is not like drastically different. Sure, there are some lines that change, but a lot of that was just to support this as though it were any other change that was getting supported. Yeah, that's it. That's really it. So if I'm happy enough with what's happening in here, then I guess I'm fine. Get index of drag blueprint. Yeah, we're going to eventually have to take brackets into account. And that's when everything's going to break. Because then we will have different widths. Oh well. Dragging brackets will have to account for differing widths. And actually everything's... Once I get to the point where I have brackets.
it. I need to account for differing widths. Dragula does this somehow. Dragula does this with heights at least. God, that's terrifying. Okay. So what they do with heights is down here, I believe. Do they? Yeah, like these things are different heights. Oh, but then you... Yeah. And yet it still works. So you can have a whole bunch of things that are... Let's try this actually. What happens if I just expanded this to height 500 pixels? Yeah, it knows. I think that's really good. Because it's basing it on the halfway point of whether it should be the left or right. So Dragula probably bases it on the halfway point of whatever element you're hovering over. I like my Postgres, Java, Spring, JS, HTML. Yeah, and I think whatever works for people is just what they should use. Like, some people come in here sometimes, and I'm not saying you're doing this, heavy drinker, but some people come in and they're like, why are you using Windows? Like, why are you using this? And I think you've been in chat for like 2 seconds, and I have to justify my technology choices. And I'm totally fine answering those questions. It just does seem a bit unusual. So yeah, we'll have to fix this performance issue. The performance of single player has completely tanked. Not sure why. Alright, and the linting looks good. There we go. Alright, so let's check this in. You can now drag a blueprint from the blueprint selector down to the queue to choose the index at which you'll add to the queue. To help determine the index, to help the user determine the index, a preview image will draw directly into the queue. This code is not great. It's not that reusable, and it's relatively coupled to the components that I'm using. Alright, that's that. Let's check that in. I'm going to push this code too, because I don't want to lose this. It was like 3 or 4 hours of work. Alright, so next up would be, I think, the easier of the 2 tasks, which is allow you to reposition things within the queue. So this task is just like what it sounds. You take something from here and you should be able to put it over to here. So you should be able to see where that new thing shows up. And you can't do that yet, so let's go find out. 2, 3, 4, okay, good. We can restart this. Okay, yeah. So when you drag this, it's got to be a fluid element. And yeah, you're allowed to reposition things anyway. So we basically have to treat it like... What exactly? I'm not sure. We'll figure it out though. But part of this is going to be plumbing the rest of this through here. So let's work on repositioning. I need to have moving brackets around. I need to get moving brackets. There. Sure, yeah. So there are these bugs to fix too. Okay, let's just take all these things down to another to-do list at this point. So this is pretty much done. Show a preview, add a bot to a particular position. Now all these other ones are still here. So allow repositioning within the queue. Right now, when you drag a blueprint queue icon, what happens is anytime you end it, we just delete it. So we can't do that any longer. We need to know that you've ended it outside of the container.
So that's called plain tasks for Sublime. And yeah, I think this is really helpful. So only remove the blueprint when the index is null. Yeah, Dennis, what are you trying to access? Like the blog, the wiki? I mean, I know it happens on both of those, but are you actually trying to get content from one of those? Because I could just tell you what the content is. So only remove the blueprint when the index is null. And we also need that whole preview image thing showing up again. Show the preview image again. So the way that we got this working was from the blueprint selector icon. Update blueprint preview. Yeah, we're going to do the same thing when you move in here. So this right here. This needs to call this. So we should move drag move listener outside of this just like we had before. And then drag end listener. Is there anything there? Not really. It's just on delete. Where's this called from? On end. And then on move. Yep, okay, cool. So let's do that. What is drag move? Okay, that's fine. Heavy Drinker, someone writes a plugin for it, yeah. All Sublime plugins are written in Python. So if someone, I mean, the text editor out of the box does nothing other than text editing, really. Like, it doesn't have plain tasks built in or something, and it's just a text editor. Your link is broken? Oh. Yeah, man. Maybe I should just get rid of this web host. They've been giving me a lot of problems lately. And I'm like right at renewal time. But that YouTube link, can you get to it from here? Is the Sublime video here? Nah, I don't know. I don't even know what channel I uploaded it to. Maybe it was on my personal channel. Sorry. Sorry, Dennis. You can't find it right now. So we're going to take the same thing that we had here. Drag end listener and drag move listener. So we'll put these here. And then on end, we're going to need to wipe out. So let's take these things. Put this here. On end is going to have this. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Okay. This .props.indexing queue. That's correct. That's remove, because you can remove or reposition from here. Oh, you found it. Okay, cool. Yeah, that one doesn't talk about plain tasks, though. And yeah, Heavy Drinker, I don't know if you've heard of a Clim, but you can use Vim in, well, Vim key bindings at least in Eclipse. Okay, so update blueprint preview. Does this make sense? Does it? This .props.blueprint ID. Okay, but this isn't necessarily passed in here, is it? Blueprint Q. It actually kind of is. Huh. So we just need to pass this into here. Yeah, XY blueprint ID. Okay, well, let's try it out. The thing is, when you end up dropping, that's what's going to be slightly different. But still, let's see what happens here. It might just work. Oh, kind of. It's, oh yeah, things screwed up there, definitely. I don't entirely know how this happened. I think it's because, let's just diff the current file. I think I changed how this should have worked for the worse. Drag move listener. This is all new code now, but where's the deleted code then? This is why you can't trust this one. I should just get rid of that extension too. Oh, it's still there. That's why. Oh, whoops. Okay, my bad. Pepcac. So this is what we used to have. So let's get rid of that. Let's put this here and examine the differences between the two of them. So target, X, Y, that's all the same. Set the transform and set that stuff. Yeah, it's all the same. Hey, Kukuruku. So what's going on that's different here? Drag, move, set up drag listener. There's this, of course, but what if I just got rid of that? That shouldn't have any impact on this. Let's try that out. Yeah, weird. Okay, so when you move this, how is this any different from the last? Oh, it was a clone last time, right? And now we're not going to be cloning it. So we want to take this out as though it no longer exists. This is where I don't think my solution is going to work here at all. Take out the image. Thanks for following, Heavy Drinker. Take out the image that you're dragging from the DOM. This means... Well, this means everything's going to screw up is what it means. It would be a reposition, but it might have just been removed. There's a race condition here. Suppose you pick up an icon. I guess we could apply some like display none to the original one. Suppose you pick up an icon to rearrange it, and it was the rightmost one in the queue. The server may tell you to remove it, and then when you let go of the mouse, it will be considered a reposition. When we get the removal message, we could stop you from dragging, or somehow otherwise prevent this, or give IDs to all these things. This is better way of doing this in the future may be to come up with unique IDs for any blueprints, even though the IDs will only be used by React. A respectful job, hey gotcha. Yeah, there's no way right now to do this. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta get some water, really fast. Give me just a minute. Hey Cottrell, congratulations. What are you going to be doing? Ooh-wee. Even if I ignore this problem, I don't know how I'm going to accomplish this particular thing. Just the... Oh, nice, Cottrell. Well, yeah, congrats again. To accomplish the view part of this, I could add a class to the element, to the original element that you're dragging that gives it display none. Do I have any display none classes already in my code? Hardware loadout hidden. Yeah, let's just get hidden in there then. So styles.hidden. Okay, so when you drag the first thing, we'll do this. Oh, we need to clone the element first. On drag move. That's done here. Hardware invite them. Okay. We don't need this. Nice, Cottrell. That's good to hear. There's a blueprint ID here. I don't know if we're gonna need this. Not sure if this is used anywhere. Where would this be used? I should just look into that now. On drop hardware in the queue. That's not needed. Also, what? This is not the right name of a function here. On drop blueprint. Okay, whatever. There's that. There's also... Actually, that's it. Then there's this. On drop activate. Yeah, I don't think this is needed. And if it is needed, we'll add it in later. I'll just comment it out for now. Okay, so we have the clone. The original is going to get original dot class list dot... What is it? Push or is it add or what? It's probably push. Let's just do push. Styles dot hidden. Okay, then we remove that if we drop and this doesn't need to exist any longer. Original.classList. Wonder if we have that in this event. Let's see what we've got so far. Okay, so I refresh the page. See, this is working totally fine. This is rendering without any like major lag or anything. I didn't change anything. Weird. Yeah, chat has been pretty quiet lately. I don't really know what's going on there. Okay, so we're gonna drag from here. Yeah, it already doesn't work. Classlist.push is not a function. Okay, that does make sense. So what is it? Original dot class list. It had to be the parent of this anyway. Dot add. Yeah, it's add. Oh, hey, that actually worked. Whoa. Nice. So drag and listener just failed. Oh, no, it didn't. I have a debugger there, don't I? Okay, well, we should have some information here then. We have event at the very least. Can we get event.original element or something? No, we can't. Interactable. Origin. Yeah, I think old is a state of mind. Event.target. No, I want the original thing that I had here. I could just store this into the event, and I might need to do that. Okay, well, let's do it then. So fine, we'll say original drag element, and I'll preface it with botland, which is what I've been doing for everything else, equals original
or dot parent element, const element to hide equals original dot parent element. There. So now this is used by interactable. So we can say event.interactable.class plotland original element. Okay, let's try this. I just want to figure out how to get that particular element and then remove the class that I want on it. So we have a is a div a.classList has hidden a.classList dot remove styles dot hidden. Styles not defined. That's fine. We can still do this. Dot ClassList dot remove styles dot hidden. Okay, what just happened? Oh man. Drag and listen. Did that break? Nothing bad seemed to happen right there. And my source maps are so utterly screwed up that I have no idea what code I'm even in any longer. Let's go to source maps and just use like regular source maps here. So Webpack cheap source map. Is there something better than this? Eval source map is emitted. Hidden inline eval cheap. Let's just set it to source map, I guess. And then let's restart the client watch. This will probably take forever. Have you used this as a job or is this done in your spare time? This is my full-time job, yeah. I'm not getting any money for it, but I hope to eventually. All right, let's see if the source maps got any better. I hope they did. So what code was I editing over here last? It was this. Blueprint Q icon. And it was when you drop... Oh yeah, I can't do that now. Okay, yeah. So source maps are like the original code. I should really write that in here. Source map will look like ES6 and never seems to have any problems other than being very slow. Heavy drinker. I don't know how new to Twitch you are, but kappa is typically the sarcasm indicator on this site. It's like /s on other sites. And if you aren't new to Twitch, then that sounds really, really obvious. So right here is where I want to put a breakpoint. I want to find out, yeah, that is getting hit. So we have the original element. This should exist with the hidden class, yes. And then this doesn't do anything. Indexing Q is 2. What does this do? Dispatch this. Oh, right. It doesn't actually exist in your queue, so it doesn't do anything. Right. So that's correct. So then we just need that preview to show. And that's where everything starts breaking. And I don't know why it starts breaking when you do that. Blueprint ID exists. Okay, let's take a look again. So it still shows over there, and the reason why is because Redux is getting updated here. So we need, okay, I know how we can do this. We can track an additional state saying, don't show this particular element. This will just break everything. No, I can't do this because Redux will add the original element back in as soon as you have the preview image show up. So what I need to have some other state in Redux that says not to show the original element.
Which means if you try repositioning this thing back to where it already was, it just won't do anything. Prosh says, I just started watching. You look so sad. Is there a problem with your code? Yes. Oh, man. Today has just been a bad day. A really bad day. And everything that I'm doing right now is just delaying the inevitable of probably tearing out my hair and getting super frustrated. So what I'm working on is I'm converting this PDF basically into the UI of the game. And so you should be able to drag an icon from here onto the queue that you have down here. And it just adds that bot. And then eventually these get deployed in the arena. That part is, I guess, mostly fine. So if you drag something onto the queue, like ignore that those items went away. Those were fakes. But now anything else that I drag onto the queue, you can see where it's going to go. You can let go of it and it goes there. So this works exactly how you'd expect from basically any other UI. It looks really bad right now. That's fine. But then I thought, okay, let's get it so that when you remove an item from the queue, it's gone from the queue. And that works in function, but not in looks yet. So you can see how I just removed them all, but they're like stuck here in the DOM, and there's a lot of issues. Thanks for asking, Prosh. So if I have some extra state here, then I guess Redux needs to know which element in particular to not render, and that's where I'm going to need real IDs. And I don't have those real IDs. So there could be a race condition that just utterly breaks all of the code here. But let's not worry about that yet. Let's just get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Where is it? No, this is wrong. Whoops, what am I doing? It's up here. Yeah, this. This and this. Then yeah, and here we don't do anything. So what I've got to do here is say something like this dot started dragging for deletion and pass in the ID of this particular node. I think I should just switch over to real IDs now. That would address this problem. Although then we run into another issue here, don't we? We could stop you from dragging. You just need to be able to identify which element exactly you were dragging. So I guess we can do so just by position. Okay, well, let's try it. Set preview. Okay, so let's do this. We'll say something like blueprint preview Adam, you thought about partnering with Twitch? Yeah, I applied twice. I got rejected twice, so I'll probably not apply for a while longer. Okay, so set blueprint preview makes sense enough, I guess. Then the other thing is like set dragging blueprint. Do you have anything like dragging here? I'm just going to call it this. Set dragging blueprint. Set dragging blueprint. So this would just be the index. And then we need to use this. What happened here? Oh, reducer temp. I'm typing Redux. Okay. So here's what we do. We set this. We have the dragging blueprint index. And this starts off as just null. No, heavy drinker. I don't think that's a good idea here. You're right. This is not a political stream. I don't mind if you whisper to people in chat about it or something, but I don't want to change the tone so greatly. Okay, so here we have this Q copy. We're going to take out, so if not is nil, this dot props dot dragging blueprint index, Q copy dot splice, or this wouldn't be splice, this would be like, let's remove it from the array. Let's just go to here, node, Lodash, so we have some array, like apple, orange, apple. What is it? Lodash dot remove a apple. That is not how that works. How do you remove? Where's collection? Here it is. Oh, pull. That's what it's called. So it's Lodash dot pull. But I want to pull by index, I think. Is that... Man, I don't remember this. Pull at. Removes elements from array corresponding to indexes and returns... Yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's try that then. Lodash dot pull at A1. Now A is equal to apple, apple. Okay, good. Yeah. Just had to make sure about that. So we're good. So we can say Lodash dot pull at Q copy this dot props dot dragging blueprint index. Now that needs to be passed in. So let's go to blueprint Q where that gets installed here. And now this is the in-game footer, which is only in the game. Yeah, good. All right, cool. So let's try it out. So if I set this to 0, let's say, then what we'll see is we'll see a bot icon and then a mine icon. Gosh. I'm assuming that was you who changed the lights. Yes, it was. Okay. Yeah, all right. That actually worked. Nice. So here's what we do. We make it so that you can set this thing on the fly. These are like terrible hacks. Just terrible hacks. Hacks upon hacks. So when you start dragging, right here, we have to say this dot props dot set dragging blueprint, this dot props dot index in queue. And that means this needs to be passed in. Blueprint Q icon. And thanks, Heavy Drinker. Although, what I'm doing right now is like mortal sins of programming. So set dragging blueprint. This is done in blueprint Q. All right, in here we have this too, I guess. And then finally, in game.js, we pass this in as something like this dot bind this, and it's set blueprint preview. It's the same thing as this. I'll just say index. Okay, well, here goes nothing. Hey, Hydra. And yes, you got that right. Okay, so when we drag this, what should happen is it should remove this from here temporarily and show us a preview image of where we'll put it. And that doesn't totally work because we need to know the ID of what we're dragging. So close. Set dragging blueprint. All right, blueprint ID. Oh no, we can set the preview as well, right? No, that's the index. Darn it. Wait. So then. Oh, so close. Drag move listener. Stop props dot blueprint ID. Now what? What is going on? I'm gonna show that it's the right index. Oh, because the index is gonna change. Is that right? So we try dragging that to 0. Yeah, this won't work. We need better IDs here. Yeah.
This is the worst. Okay, the problem is that we need to uniquely identify that particular element. We don't have any way of doing that yet. Otherwise, we only have its index to go off of. And when we start to drag, that index will change. What even makes these? I guess when we add to this, we have this server tell us what that ID is, but then we run into the... Oh, man. If we add unique identifiers, it would need to be something that the server gives us, which means optimistically, whatever it's called, like, I guess preemptively adding elements to the blueprint queue won't work, because we only have one at a time. So here's where I could say this. I think this is a bad idea, a really bad idea. But what I could do is I could say, okay, you just can't rearrange things inside of the queue. Like, you can drag them off, sure, and that'll delete them, and you can add them back in wherever you want, but you can't rearrange things. Adam, way of working is great. Well, today's had pretty bad results for everything. Honestly, I didn't want this thing to expand into like 2 or 3 days of work, but I can't see anything else happening at this point. Because even if I came up with the solutions to these particular problems, there's one other thing that I wanted to do here, and that was this, which is that you get to drag brackets around to let you say where your bots are going to repeat. So you might put one here, and then the other one might go here, and then you're just repeating this bot. And these brackets are other drag things that need to show up in here, and they have different widths than everything else, and it's just... I don't think it's going to work. Thanks, Effie Drinker. Yeah, geez, what do I do at this point? Showing that preview image, having this thing work. Is there some better way of doing this, maybe? Like, maybe I think those unique identifiers are going to be necessary. Or anytime the queue is changed and you're dragging. The simple solution is that anytime the queue changes while you're dragging, stop you from dragging. This is not great because you may try dragging 2 things onto the queue quickly, and it will revert one of them. So there are a couple of things I can do, and one of them just sounds bad to me at this point, but I was going to say I can keep working on this particular problem to try to figure it out. And the reason why I think that's bad is because I think stepping away from this for a while is probably going to be what's best for some inspiration on how to fix this. So the other thing that I could do is get bots to be deployed based on what you have in the queue, which basically cut out the pregame time entirely.
else was on here. Before game starts, after game starts, make sure it's pulling from the queue. So if a player doesn't have what? If a player doesn't have constants on max bots per player in the arena, then pull a bot from their queue, make sure this is hidden behind a function, and then send them their updated queue if it actually changed. This particular thing is not very difficult to do, I think. Like, we have a blueprint ID. For now, we know what that blueprint corresponds to, so we can do this. But just what's the point? I still have all of this functionality left to finish. Let me take a look at what this week is all about. Let's see. There was updating blueprints, queuing bots, viewing bots, leaderboard buffs, salvage UI. Like, this stuff isn't too bad. This is what's taking the bulk of my time. No, this part. Queuing bots. We have at least another day of work here, probably. But if only there was some library that does exactly what Dragula does. You know, maybe I should pursue what EJ suggested, which is what I was talking about originally here, which is I use React Dragula just for repositioning things on here. Because this functionality is exactly what I need. It updates the component that calls the action, but not the other components that have map state to props. Surfer Ninjas, can you paste any code in? Because I could probably help you out based on that. So what if we said height 200 pixels? Does this still work? Yeah, it still works how you'd expect. How did they do this? Oh, interesting. They have React IDs, and the React IDs somehow stay the same for these things. How did that happen? That actually makes this more performant too, which is better than what I'm doing. Maybe I should just use this. But then the other thing I wonder about is dragging something onto here that did not come from Dragula. Yeah, like imagine if I could drag this image on here or something. Dragula is just for JavaScript. This particular thing that I'm looking at is React Dragula, which yes, is specifically for React. So another way I could tackle this is by using React Dragula, which implements this behavior. I think the difficult part would be interfacing between Dragula and Interact.js. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Is there anything else that's like interesting that I should keep here? can carry on with what I've been doing here. But then again, I will probably run into a lot of these issues with Dragula, even if I switch to that. Like, all that would help me with is positioning this stuff. Move it, and then when you go to when you let go of the mouse, it'll be considered a reposition. Yeah. Just not show the original element. Also, we need to uniquely identify that particular element. Otherwise, we only have its index to go off of. And when we start to drag, that index will change. I wonder how they use this data React ID. Is this what the key element turns into? I didn't know about this. Huh. So I must have these things too in my code. If I go look at this, does it have it here? No, it actually doesn't. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know why this like lags a ton sometimes. Man. I think I'm burnt out on today. I'm just not sure how I'm supposed to proceed from here. You need something that the server gives us, which means we preemptively adding elements. You give it an ID and then it tells you that ID. The way to solve that would be that the client assigns a client-only ID, like client-xxx. Then the server will tell you what that corresponds to. I think this just opens me up to a lot of bugs here. I'm not sure. I think I need to spend some time though, just churning on this problem. Plus, I've been online for nearly the amount of time that I said I would be. I know it's like 15 minutes short, but I think I'm going to get going today. When I come back tomorrow, hopefully I've thought about this enough tonight where I've got some kind of solution here. I don't know what to say. All right. Well, I'm going to leave you guys as Zosti. Thank you for watching. And I will be online tomorrow. I'm going to be starting a little bit late tomorrow, I think. I have an appointment in the morning, and I don't know when I'll get back. So it might be up to an hour late. Despite me saying that, there's still going to be like 4 or 5 people tomorrow who are like, Adam started late today without telling us, but it's been in the schedule for a long time. So like I said, thank you all for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow. So take care. Have a nice night.